What type of camps? Okay, and do better things in high school. Do NCAA D3 get recognition? Recognition, what do you mean? To go pro? Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to do well, but for sure. Division 3 soccer is really good. I know you guys don't think so, but you're all wrong. It's very good. What's the best camp in the US to get better? I don't camps to get better at soccer. I recommend playing on a team. That is the best way to get better. I follow and watch your content, and you're very informative. Thank you. Timothy Shushamane. You're like Timothy Chalamet. Thanks, dude. I took a screenshot of that. Does NCAA get recognition? Yes, it does. Thank you, Noah C, for the appreciation post. Hey, Zev, I got an invite to visit College. Franco, good job. That's awesome. The best Division 2 and Division 3 in New Jersey. John Cougs, go to my Instagram, comment the word NJ College, and we'll give you every school in New Jersey that are really good. You have to do it on my Instagram, though. You just said on one of the videos. You just said you got better from a camp. Maybe. Oh, I'm sorry, William. I went to Fulham. No, I went and played for Fulham FC, their youth academy, not their camp. And by playing with better players than myself, that's how I got better. Best DK. Thank you. You're welcome, John Cougs. Ethan Pringle. What's up, Mr. Pringle? Hello, YouTube. If you have any questions, YouTube, let me know. No, William, not your fault. No worries. No worries. Okay, my meeting starts now. Goodbye, everybody. I'll be right here, but talk to you soon.
Recording in progress. Give me a second.
No worries. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you. Thanks so much for taking the time. I'm excited to speak to everybody. Before we get started, could I ask who found me first?
Me.
Excellent. So let me ask your mom, what did your son tell you about me?
He said just that you were a coach to help him achieve his next level of playing ball in college.
Very well said. I bribed him well, so he did a good job.
Yeah.
I will transfer the funds. Very good. Well, thanks for taking the time. I'm excited to hear from you. Having said that, my next question is, there was a slightly longer video I sent regarding what we do with kids your son's age. Did you get a chance to see that?
Yeah, he played that part for me.
Okay. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Excellent work. So in that in mind, I'd like to kind of go over today's agenda. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the first thing is, when I'm working with students, I have to figure out a couple things. One, can I help you play college soccer? Is it too early? We know you're a freshman. Is this the right time? And for some players it is, and for some players not. So the first part of this is to figure out, can I truly help you, and are we the right fit to work? Next one is, can I make your son quit? Can I make him quit? Because then we don't have to do anything, and life gets really easy, and we can just relax and don't have to drive. My mother jokingly made a Facebook page called Mothers Against Driving Until Their Minivans Blow Up, because there were 3 of us and we all played soccer at the college level, and it was a lot of driving, which is then to say, by the end of today, I hope I can answer all your questions so we can decide if we want to work together. Does that sound good?
Great.
Excellent. So my first question is for your son at this point. First of all, I have your name, but I always do this. Can I just confirm how I pronounce your first name? Mr. Max? Excellent. Okay. How do I pronounce your last name?
It is Engelsberg.
Engelsberg. Excellent. Okay, Mr. Max, I have a couple questions for you. The first one being is, as of right now, how many phone calls have you had with Division 3 schools?
0.
Okay. Have any schools talked about coming on a visit at the D3 level?
No.
Okay. If I said, what is it that you would like the most help with, what would you say that is?
Just like going
Probably going on a visit.
Okay, so going on a visit and trying to find the right school that you would like. I like hearing that. Now, you don't have to do soccer to go on a visit, right? You could go anywhere to go on a visit. So you're talking about getting an invite. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And from your mom's perspective, what do you think he needs the most help with?
Kind of just the path and how he goes about to achieve that.
Got it. So creating a plan so we can actually go play college soccer. Okay, awesome. I want to ask your son, there's a lot of work for mom. It's a lot of work for me. It's a lot of work for you. Why, Max, do you want to play college soccer? Why are you so passionate about this?
because 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 I really just like playing soccer in general, and like when I have like a lot of free time, I usually just sit watching TV. But now I usually just practice over by like our fields near my house, or I just play in general.
Excellent. So you're addicted. So it's gonna be hard for me to make you quit. I remember I was in front of the living room one day. I was around your age, and my father said, there's people in Brazil kicking a ball," and that ruined my whole life from that point forward because all I did from then was try and have a ball at my feet. And I played college soccer. I was playing JV soccer as a junior in high school, and then I went on to play Division One, and then I signed pro. And the ball never left my feet since. And somebody should have tried to make me quit earlier on for my parents' sake. Which is then to say, from your mom's perspective, would you agree with me that if we are going to pursue college soccer, that academics come first as we look for our right school?
Mhm.
Excellent. So given that, we could lock him in a closet and not let him play soccer. Why do you want to help him play college soccer?
He's very passionate, and he's very small for his age, and that is extremely a good advantage for him because he goes up against most his defenders are twice his size, and they definitely underestimate him, and he annihilates them every time.
Excellent. I love hearing that. I'm gonna.
Play. The passion is just unbelievable. So
Okay. Now, when they're passionate like that, there's, as you kind of already brought up, there's not a lot we can do to combat it. Meaning, they're addicted. They're addicted. Um, in saying that, one of the questions I have is I kind of want to give what I call like a diagnosis on your current situation. Is that okay?
mhm.
Okay. So the first thing being with your son, um, when I look to work with students, I want to ask you, why do you think you should start now? Let's have a little debate. I think it's too early. You should wait a little bit longer. Why, Max, do you want to start this college process now?
Well, I was watching a few of just like random videos of just like about the topic, and most people like commit to like D1 schools when they started earlier, or like I saw that one person from Duke. He started like eighth grade, and he just kept on going to like Duke ID camps.
Very well said. And I'm glad you kind of mentioned that in front of your mom. And for those types of schools and to play at a high level, that is often what it takes. Now, the the difficult part can be, how do you make the most of it at your age? And one of the things I want to do is kind of tell you basically from my perspective, um, when it comes to starting the recruiting process, it matters on some of your goals. So if I were to say to you, what's your dream school? What would you say your dream school would be?
Um, Probably USF, probably.
Okay, cool. So,
Yeah.
from your mom's perspective, is this your first son who will be going through this soccer process?
Going through the soccer process, yes. Going through college, no.
Okay, so you've done the application stuff. Soccer is obviously a little bit different. For most kids, they kind of know early on. So I want to show you this video just briefly. This is one of our students, or former students, I suppose I should say, and she kind of talks about when she started the process, and I think it just will give you some insight on what it takes to play college soccer. And because of that, one of the things that I often am talking to families about is like, should you start or should you not? This was another one. And in her case, she was committed by the end of her freshman year. Now, this varies per student, their ability. Your son, you had mentioned he's kind of shorter. I wanted to show you this is my highlight video when I was your son's age. And as you can see, I am also the smallest one here. And so very similar to you, we have to do something different. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, we're good, right? But like, who wouldn't pick him? I would have picked him. But the big thing is I had something they didn't, which I was going to work my tail off really, really hard. So I had a lot of heart. But also, the coaches could see my development, right? They saw me young, being X level ability and size, and like, oh, maybe my parents are 5'4", so that was never going to be that much bigger. I'm 5'6" now, but they saw my progression, and that's what they liked because they knew when I was in college, I would keep the same progression. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that in mind, I want to ask your son, have I managed to scare you away and make you want to quit so we don't have to do any of this stuff?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
Too bad. I'm going to try one more time. So my diagnosis in your situation is kind of this. The first thing is when I was looking at your son's video, this is not okay for college coaches. It's not, I know you made it for me, so I appreciate it, but it's not long enough. The clips themselves are not zoomed in enough. It's too short. And your mom was talking about how you're better than everybody. And in this video, I don't see what your mom has already been able to see from you. And that just comes with time. So here was a good zoom. And this is a great goal. Like, and you can see how excited everyone is, which is super cool. But as I'm watching these clips, it's not enough for me to say, hey, like, you can 100% play college soccer. That's a super pass, but we need more video. So the first thing is not only do we need more video, we need what's called a proper highlight video. This is like a few clips from a few games. We're going to need to make a real highlight video and what we call an every touch video. So the first thing is video. The second thing is, I think you guys saw this already, but this little email tool kind of allows me to stay really organized in this process, which is very important. And I can email schools very quickly. I can press select all. We're going to email obviously higher level academic schools, hashtag coach, hashtag genuine, and I can automatically look at, whether it was genuine or generic or not, and then I can send an email to everybody. So very quickly, we can send emails and respond fast. And then you have to go to camps. And this is something we have to talk about. And then this comes to the audit. In your case, what I will tell you from what I've seen in your video, right now we have to aim for Division III schools. As we grow and get better, we can look to aim further from that. But right now, we have to aim for Division III. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, right now, the club soccer team you're playing for, are you guys familiar with the different levels of soccer in the United States?
Yeah.
Mom, too, you kind of get it? Okay. So you have not a problem, but a dilemma. As of right now, there are no Division III schools in Florida, which means we will be traveling to some degree to get their interest. The schools in Florida tend to be Division II schools, which are 90% international kids, or Division I schools, which pretty much primarily recruit from MLS Next. So for us to play college soccer, we're going to have to create a strategy that fits us. And Bradenton, as you know, is where IMG is. So it's very competitive with those kids around there. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I'm saying is I believe college soccer is potential for your son, but we have to have a strategy. And this was the same thing I had to do. I was playing JV soccer, like I told you, till I was a junior. So I couldn't only email USF or, North Florida or I'm from California. So I was thinking of UCLA and Santa Barbara. I had to start smaller. And then over time, I want to create a list for your son, some schools I think could be realistic. I want to figure out who does he like, and he's going to get better as time goes on. And then finally, we talked about academics coming first, but the truth is, if you don't love your coach, you will be miserable. So I guess I want to say to your son, do you understand how even if you go to, let's say, UCF, if you don't like the coach, you'll be miserable? Would you agree?
Yeah.
So that is our focus. Now, the reason I really harp on this is this is me at my college. I was the captain and I had the best time ever. These are all my friends. They all come to my wedding and like, I loved it. This is my brother, had a miserable time. His coach didn't play him for 4 years and he didn't play a single minute and he should have left and we didn't know what we were doing. And that's why I do what I do now because it was awful to see and feel and everything else. So once again, I want to ask your son, Max, have I managed to make you quit?
No.
Okay. Now, have you guys heard about NCSA yet or not yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this is really important, I think, that we have this discussion. This is kind of like my PSA. You can have an account, and I think you guys saw this. Having an account on NCSA is kind of like having a Facebook, but this is what I think you guys need to hear as you use NCSA, whether you work with me or not, because this is so. The reason I bring that up is to tell you, even if you don't work with me, you cannot depend on anybody to get you recruited, Max. Does that make sense? You must do this with your own videos, your own YouTube, and your own email. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, NCSA exists for a reason. I bought NCSA. My mother bought it for me and for my brother, and I wrote my master's thesis on my frustration with them. But these are kind of the types of schools that kids from quote unquote NCSA go to: Wittenberg, Wilmington, Gerber, Gloucester. These are not typically the schools that we're aiming for your son with his grades. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can have an account, doesn't hurt you. It's like a Facebook page. It exists, but you cannot depend on them. So the biggest difference between me and them is I want to make sure we edit your videos properly and I take care of that piece. You must speak to my team and I every week. It is mandatory. They traditionally don't care from my experience. The email system that I have is better because it comes from your own email account. I don't need the credit. I want it to come from your own account. And then finally, if it's not working with me, I'm going to refund you. If you sign up for their full service, you're stuck. There's really nothing you can do. And then finally is I don't believe in the platform system. You must do this process yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So Max, I want to ask you, is this the type of help you're looking for? Do you want me to help you with your videos? Do you want us to help you find the right schools for you, pick your camps, and build that roadmap your mom kind of talked about?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Now, for your mom, is this the type of help you're looking for your son?
Yeah.
Okay, super helpful. So what I'd like to do is show you kind of what it looks like to work with me on a day-to-day. Is that okay? Okay. So this is what it's going to look like with me in your situation. So the first thing is you're going to meet with my team and I every single week, and it's kind of mandatory that we do that. We're of course reasonable to school, and school always comes first. But you're going to get a coach to work with one-on-one and me. So two people are working for you. Your Zoom meetings are going to be with your coach, not with me. And the reason for that is I have to do some research for your son. One, I need you guys, and I know you will, to get me more video. From that regard of video, Max, the videos that you sent me, were those recorded by mom?
No, those are from a VO.
Perfect. So you have VO. Excellent. So I want the VO account and I want to go through the games with you and go, here's how to get better at soccer. So we're going to do game video review, but we also need you to talk to us and say, I need to edit all those videos. So your Zoom meetings are with your coach and I'm working for you over here. I'm editing your videos, writing your emails, finding out which schools you should go to, telling you which camps to go to, but your meetings are with your coach. Then you're going to get a Google Drive that looks like this. So this is a student in 8th grade and they're getting right now their top list of D3 schools. We're going to give you a D1 list, one that's, we kind of rank them into like realistic, less realistic, not realistic. Now, I'm just one opinion. I'm just here to give you the numbers and, of course, guide you. But we also, I'm not the one picking you for the team. I'm here to get the most eyeballs on you. So the other thing is we want to do it based off your major, pick out which schools you might like. And then you're going to get a document, and your document looks like this. And when we do this document together, every time we meet, we record the meetings together and we'd say, hey, look, here's what we talked about. So if mom isn't there, she can see it. We need to text this school, call this school, message these schools, and we become your dating coach. And we kind of tell you what to do. That makes sense? Okay. And then you get the Google Drive and the AI. Now, there's a couple different options when we do this model, which I'm going to show you now, actually. And this is something we all need to talk about because of his year. So, I can show you this later. Basically, this is the Duke student your son was talking about earlier. But the main thing is, these are some of our other students. But the main thing is there's three models that I think might be of something for us to talk about. The first model is we do everything for you. You don't lift a finger. We write all the emails, we create an email account for you, and you just listen to what we say. This is not very collaborative, to be completely honest. It's really built for internationals who are like, we live in Dubai, just do the process for us. And that's why this model exists, where you give us all the video, we edit it, we send the messages, and we basically are you. And then we tell you, hey, you got invited to this camp, you got to go. Not that it's not collaborative, because of course we want your feedback, but we're really doing it. We're really you. I don't think this is the model we should do with your son, in my opinion. This is the other model we have. This model is the same thing, except instead of us creating the email account, you use your own account and we tell you what to send, but you click send and you receive the emails with us. It's not like two separate things. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, this service, when we're doing this model here, we're an annual service. So we're with you from now, Friday, February 28th, until Friday, February 28th of his sophomore year. For 90% of our students, they keep all the Google Drive and the email and the AI for life, and they don't really need us anymore. They go, Zev, I know how to email, I know how to phone call, I know how to text, I know how to pick schools, I know which camps to go to. Thanks for your time. Have a great life. And I become like their annoying mother that they don't want to hear from anymore. For the other 5%, they're like, Zev, in your son's case, I'm only a sophomore. I might have another question. Can I ask you? In which case, the answer is, of course, yes. And that plan usually varies somewhere between $20 to $30, depending on what you need. If you need a video done or you just want to talk to us for a minute, it's never be this price again, though. Does that make sense? It's kind of like this is you're getting your master's degree at like one of those nursing programs where it's like expedited. And then after that, you go to become a nurse. So the other model is if you really want to do this on your own, which is where we give you all of our tools. We'll give you the Google Drive. You get to message us as much as you want with coaches that are in training. So they're not officially working for me yet. They're practicing to work for me. And then you go about the process yourself. I don't like this model, if I'm being honest, unless people are like, hey, I can edit all the videos on my own. I just need a list of camps. I just need a list of schools and I can do it by myself. Then this is good. But if you need videos done, like I think you do, I don't love this one. Does that make sense? And then I prefer kind of this model here. So let me pause for a second. It's a big discussion. I want you guys to talk about it. But before we do, I want to ask Max. Max, I cannot work with that many students because we offer this kind of 24/7 access. Why do you think, Max, you're the right fit to work with me?
It's because I just like want to play college at that next level. I do have a decent amount of opportunities for like next season that I could do to get like way better, and I feel like that would just help me a lot throughout the NFL process.
I love hearing that. Can you tell me about some of those opportunities?
Supposedly we're having so I live 5 minutes from like fields. I usually just like bike to them, and I think there is a MLS Next team going to be put there.
Exciting.
And I'm also trying out for a second MLS team, which I have a few friends on.
Excellent. The other thing I would add to that is your son's clearly addicted. He's already thinking about sorting that out himself. Our job is to help you with that. One of the things with clubs is they need to see video of you before you go. If you just go to tryouts and they don't know who you are, you're one of many, and your video is not ready to go yet. So that's one thing I'd like us to fix before you go to those tryouts, if that's really happening soon. The other thing I would say is when I was asking why you're the right fit for me, you did a great job, but college coaches are going to ask you the same question. And what they're really looking for is, how do I know, Max, that when things get difficult, you're going to be told you're too early. You're going to be told you're too late. You're going to be told you're too small. You're going to be told that we don't want you. You're going to be told you're the best ever. How do I know that you're not going to quit when things get hard? Have you had anything in your life where something was difficult and you didn't give up?
A little bit, not that much.
Have you ever been told that, you weren't good enough for a team and you kept going and you didn't quit? Is there anything in your life where you're like, you know what? Can you prove to me, Max, that you're not going to quit? Do you have an example where you're like, I overcame something? Could be school related, could be family related, could be soccer related.
Chargers when I first got like a second team offer at the beginning, but then they hosted some more practice and that stuff, and then I got the first team offer.
Excellent. So you didn't make it at first, and then you didn't give up, and you went again.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what the college coaches are looking for, because they expect when you don't play a few minutes on the team, which is inevitable at some point, that you're not just going to quit, that you're going to go, I'm going to work harder to break into the team. So that was a great example. For your mom's perspective, you've known your son longer than I have, and by 23 minutes with him. Why do you think he's the right fit to potentially work with us?
He's extremely passionate, and he's very determined. He does not let things deter him easily. When he first started, he played maybe 5 minutes a game, sometimes if that. And then now he generally plays the majority of the game. And being even the smallest one on his teams, him and all his friends and all his teammates, they all tried out for the high school team, the JV team, and he was the only one that made it.
Awesome. Amazing. And that makes it, to your guys' point, exactly why this is a challenging process. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do is briefly show you guys. Let me actually back up and ask this, because I want to show you what we have to talk about. In saying this, I want to start with your mom. Of those two options we talked about, which one do you think would be better for you?
Definitely not the high one, because I think the more involved he is in the process and the more work he does have to put into it, the more he'll learn and the better we'll be.
Yes, I agree totally. I agree completely. So with that in mind, here's the next piece. This is a big decision. I want you guys to speak about it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up kind of the agreement page, and I just want to go through it with you guys. I also want to make sure you received it. So I just want to confirm I have your correct emails. The email I have for both of you is 2 seconds here. I have Max Elsenberg 12. Is that correct?
Yep.
Excellent. And I also think I have your mom's, which is you mentioned you have an older one who has already been to college. Where are they?
So one is at FSU, and one is supposed to be at University of Chicago, but he decided at the last minute to take a gap year.
Wow, Chicago's obviously a great school. What do they know what they want to do during their gap year?
He's developing software programs for finance.
Okay, well, I guess that's pretty cool. That's probably a good reason for that. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, my brother works in finance, and that's very cool. Okay, I just sent over the email to you guys. Could you double check with me that you received it on your end? Just take 2 seconds. I want to make sure you got that.
Did you send it to mine as well?
I did. Yeah, I sent it to both you guys.
Give me a second. I
got it. I got it. Okay.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to pull it up on my end so you guys can see it as well. And I just want to make sure you guys got that. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to pull it up on my end so you can see what I see and what you guys as well see. Is when we're working with students, the biggest thing that we do first is, I had already talked about, it is kind of mandatory. Do you see the link on there that says College Soccer Guy Agreement? Could you click on that for me? And I'm going to pull it up on my end so you guys can see it. And awesome. Okay, I'm going to share my screen so you can see it.
1 second. I got to grab a sweater.
No problem. Max, this is what we're looking at. So the first thing is, when we work with you, it is important you understand, we talked about these guarantees. So the first thing, Mr. Max, is when we're doing this, we are saying that we believe that if you get genuine interest in the first 3 months, that you will be genuinely recruited. If not, we refund you. Now, in order for us to do this, you must agree to meet with us every single week for some period. We basically ask for an hour a week of messaging back and forth or Zoom meeting back and forth. We need to fix your video, which means we're going to need more video. Is that possible?
Yeah, they pretty much, for the most part, send us the videos
When we have
after each game.
Oh, excellent. So what I'm going to have your son do, I'll make a video about that in a minute, actually. The other thing is your grades cannot drop below a 3.0. The main reason being, if they do, I don't want to work with you because that means you're not focusing on school. But also, so far, our record in terms of students and helping them play college soccer has been 98% of students have received a minimum of 60, upwards of 300. And most people think the money's in Division 1, but it's really in Division 3. Division 3 is where there's the most money. Now, academically speaking, because obviously you know this, top Chicago-like schools are really competitive. And sometimes soccer can be the reason you get in. And so this is where, well, it might not be athletic money. If they help us get in and then we receive an academic scholarship, then we're very excited about such things. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Excellent. So then the last thing is this. I'm going to make a brief video right now as if, Max, you were a current student in my last attempt to scare you away. While I do that, I'd like you to fill this out, Max, if you don't mind, and then stop when you get to the bottom. Don't press submit yet. Is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
You can multitask here. I think record this. This is going to be worked with us today, so you can see what your first day is going to be like. Okay. Hi, Coach. I'm with an awesome family, and there's a lot of awesome things about them. One of the things that I could tell, the big one, is how committed this individual is. He's been rejected. He didn't give up. He is small, like you, like me, and that puts a lot of people off. And his mother has expressed how, despite that, he is knocking other people down, but also dominating otherwise. Now, we do have some problems with his situation. He's a bright student and a good soccer player, but his video is not doing him justice at the moment. So the first thing is right now we have about 45 seconds worth of video. With circles are okay and the zooming is better than none, but we have to fix it. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to create about 3 to 4 every touch videos, which means he's going to send us full games that he think he played really well in. We're going to create 3 to 4 every touch videos. Then from those games, plus the 45 seconds, we are going to create a 1 minute great video, maybe 1 minute 30, depending on what we have. We need him to film a self-interview because he's a bright kid and his family have gone to great schools. One of his siblings was admitted into Chicago, which is a big deal. And we maybe can say that in our emails because it's a big deal when you come from a family with that. And it helps us when we are aiming for those D3 schools. So in the email, we will mention where siblings are because the families realize, oh, this is a good family that gets a good education and things like that. And that plays a role because they like them as people, not just as. The next thing is camps. He is in Florida. And the Division 3 schools, which I expressed to them as what they have to aim for right now, are not in Florida. So I have to pick some camps for him. There's a couple I have in mind that I think he should go to off the top of my head. Luckily, those camps are in Florida. So that's a bonus for us. One of them is in Florida. The other one is not far. Then we need to send a mass email. Now, I'm going to do it in three tiers. There's a tier 1 list, which are like Chicago-like schools. There's a tier 2, which is slightly below that, and a tier 3. We're going to email all of them to begin with. Once we've emailed them all, we're going to follow up, and then we're going to do what's called getting genuine invites. So those schools are going to say, we need your position. We liked what we saw. Can you please come to our camp? At that point, we need to consider going to those camps. Those are better than like what we call mass camps because they actually want us and they actually like us. Then we will start emailing the D1s every 2 months. He's got a few dream schools in Florida, and we're going to do that for about 15 of those schools where we're going to email them and give them updates. So when June 15th happens and they're allowed to respond to us, they're like, oh yeah, I remember you. You've been emailing me. Great to see you at camp, so on and so forth. And then the final piece for him, maybe this camp would be good too because that's in Florida. And then the final piece for him is going to be social media if the family are open to it. If not, we can skip it. And then the last thing will be follow up going back to this and club. So he's playing for NPL. He knows the levels. There's a couple tryouts in his area. So we are going to email them once we have the video. So if/when we get invited, so I'll say when we get invited to tryouts, they know us before. And this is true for MLS Next teams or any other teams nearby. And we know all the clubs in Florida because that's my job. And we work with kids in Bradenton. So we're going to look into it and see if this is an option. If he's playing a lot of minutes and it's good, then we don't have to leave necessarily yet, but we will always look into this. And that brings us back to follow-up. And that will be good. Okay. All right, Mr. Max, how's that sound?
Good.
Excellent. Okay. Were you able to go through this? What did you put for your major?
Finance or business?
Excellent.
One of
Perfect. You can type in finance and you can click business, which is perfect. I'm going to start creating a list. Obviously, you guys are pretty familiar because I assume, obviously, like your brother, or is it your brother who is taking the gap year? Perfect. Okay. The last thing is this. You're going to, if you're, well, I guess let me back up actually. I want to ask your mom. Let's say I said to you, you have to work with me right now, which is not the case, but let's say I did. What questions do you have that come to mind?
I don't know yet. I'm kind of just taking it all in.
Totally. If I said to you, from your perspective, do you think it's too early for him to start? What do you think?
No, because so his brother that is in FSU is actually he's there currently as a junior, and he is 16. So
Excellent.
Yeah.
You are
We're not a stranger to that.
Awesome. Okay, awesome. Now I know it's a lot to take in, and I want you guys to like take it all in because soccer is a different field, and your son is very animated and passionate. I want to ask you, Max. Let's say I said to you on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you want to work with us, and 1 being you hate me. How do you feel?
9 or 10.
Excellent. Now I want you to ask the same question to me. Will you say, "Hey, Zev, how on a scale of 1 to 10, how badly do you want to work with me?"
Hey Zev, how badly do you want to work with me?
Thank you for asking. I am out of 10, and I am out of 10, assuming you do the following. I believe you have the potential to play at a high-level college soccer team, but not without more video. So if you say to me, Zev, I cannot get you more video for whatever reason, which does not sound like the case, then I cannot be a 10. If you say, Zev, I can definitely get you video over the course of us working together, then I would really like to work with you. Does that make sense? From your mom's perspective, where do you sit on that scale?
I mean, I'm pretty impressed. I love your dedication and organization. That is huge for me. I think definitely having someone for him to turn to when he has a question, especially something that I can't answer and I can't guide him in that way. Obviously, I can support him, but and help him. But as far as history, this is not my field, so I don't know how to help him.
Super helpful. So here's the last thing from me. When you click submit, you'll be taken to the payment page. I did not give you the 9 one. I think we should do the other one. That's my personal opinion. But I also didn't give you the option for the AI system because I can't fix this video like that. Here's the only thing that I ask. If I said to you, Mom, I know it's a lot to take in. When is it that you'd like to let me know? Only because I can't work with so many students. When is it that you think you'd let me know one way or another?
I mean, probably within a week. We just have to sit down and talk about it. He has some commitments coming up. He's supposed to go to Madrid to a camp this summer there. And we'll have to make some modifications and see if this is, what he really wants to do, and then go from there.
Excellent. I really appreciate it. I'm actually looking at my schedule. The only reason I'm doing that is just so that way I can keep you on the books. If I don't put you on the schedule, like I don't want to brag per se, but this is my schedule today with you guys. I'm in blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I cannot work with that many kids. And then this is next week. and I'm already fully booked. So my thing is, I can't give you unfortunately, I cannot give you 7 days to decide, but I am hoping to hear from you by, say, Monday. And if Monday you say, look, Zev, I'm not going anywhere, you guys can revisit me another time. But if we want to work in this cycle, then I would need to know by Monday. So my question would be, to right now, it's your time. It's 1, 2, 3. It's right, 1:30, 2:30, 3:30 your time. So if I said to you, say, do you have practice on Monday, Max?
No.
Okay. So if I said that's kind of late for you. Let's do 10, 11, 12, 1. What about 1 o'clock your time? Would it be possible to book a call so you guys could just ask me any questions you might have?
Probably not that, because I'm working.
Totally. That's very reasonable. What time are you usually off work?
Monday I will be done about. I haven't been in the office for 3 weeks, so it's gonna be a bit of a mess. So
Yes.
probably about 5 or 6, I'd be back.
Okay, that's okay for me. So that would be, what if we did I could do 7 your time, 7:30 your time.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to put you in for 7:30, and then between now and then you can if you have any questions, you can let me know. If anything comes up, keep me in the loop. This is California time, so it will send to you your time. And the last thing for me is, you guys have the email. Like I said, if you have any questions, just let me know and we'll go from there. Sound like a plan?
Yeah. Is there a way for you to send us one of your videos that you have created so we can kind of see it?
For sure. Here, I'll do one better. I'll send it to you now also, but this is my YouTube page. So you can see all the videos I've ever done. And you'll also see, these are like videos that I edit from social media, but there's a playlist here called highlight videos, and you will get to see all the videos that we make for our kids. So I will send you this link so you guys can see that too. Sound like a plan?
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, and this is you. I'm just going to email it here. I'm going to go YouTube videos, and then I'm going to put here, I will speak to you on Monday at 7:30 Eastern. Sound like a plan?
Yep. Thank you.
Awesome, guys. So nice to meet you, Mr. Max. If you are playing this weekend, whether it's in your backyard or something else, please record yourself. Training video counts too.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to you guys soon.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm live still. Give me 1 second. I just need to put them on the calendar officially because I did not have a chance to do it. 4:30, 4:45. Follow up with Max. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. I have one question, but I want to say thank you for answering my question. But my final question is, why is USU soccer so bad? It's not bad. They just don't get exposure. College coaches just don't come to their games very often. It's actually quite good. So you just have to go to camps. What's up, Sully? Sully's one of my coaches, guys. What's the name of IW men's soccer head coach? You can Google it. I can Google it for you if you want, but it's online. And Iowa Western. Are you talking about the junior college? What camp should a sophomore attend? Sophomore, depends your grades, Matt. What's up, user? What's the best D1 school? Technically speaking, the Vermont. Hey, Zeb, I got an invite to visit to Con College. I am so proud of you. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. I just have to write down their email. Okay, and then next week. All right. Done. Now let's see here. There was something else I needed to do with you guys. Do you remember what it was? It was something important. Oh, yes, I remember now. Hold on 1 second. Okay. JC says, okay, I've been showing up on. All right. Okay, sorry everyone. I still have not eaten my lunch because I've been distracted. Boom. 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 Okay, YouTube. I'm doing a program to improve my technique and to be pro level academy. Should I wait until then before I consult with you? If you have a highlight video, I'd love to see it. This is from YouTube. Hey, my name is 9th grade son received 3 letters from D1 schools inviting him to camps. How do we know if these are legit or mass produced? Those are all mass produced. He's in 9th grade. Those are for sure mass produced. Unless he's a really good MLS Next, then they could be doing it illegal, but it's unlikely. Where to go? ECs4 RL, USL Academy, Unite team player, freshman, WC. Are you a freshman in college, Midclory? I do not have video. Lee, make video, then book a call with me. And then I'd love to book a call with you. That would be epic. Thoughts on the MLS announcement today? It's pretty cool. What do you think about it, Mr. Brady? I commit to a D2 because of your advice. Stephen Nagoin, where did you go? I'm so proud of you. Stephen, tell me where you went. I'm going to add you to my list of kids. I have a list I keep. So where did you go? Tell us where you went, Mr. I can look you up too, even. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. Stephen Nagoyan. Take a screenshot, I think. Yep, I got my screenshot. Steve Nagoyan. Boom. Boom. And what school did you go to, my friend? I would love to know, but I can also look it up later when it's official. Okay. Is MLS 2 any good? It will be good, but not yet. It is not good yet. Best D3 for business that aren't too competitive like Easton MLS, that's recruiting only. Good question. Antonio, I would say Bates or Skidmore. They're very good at those two things. Okay. Excellent, everybody. Excellent, everybody. All right. Best D3 schools. Yada, yada. Thoughts on new MLS 2? It will be good, but right now it's not going to change anything unless you specifically get told you're going to showcases. It does not mean that much. Hard to believe, but that is the truth. What camps near Chicago are good for a sophomore? William, hello, Tori. It depends. You have to book a call, William, because I just don't know enough about you. If you go to any of my videos and you type in IL camps, you'll be given a list, but those are not custom to you. Steve Nagoyan, I just saw you on TikTok. Well, where did you commit? Hey, guess what? My next meeting is with a basketball player, which is pretty cool. Totally different situation, but I've never done a basketball player. Thoughts on MLS and basketball game? Best D3? Okay. Cool, everybody. All right, I'm going to take a break for a little bit. And then because I'm taking a little break, I will be back around 4 for anyone that cares. And I will be back, around 4. That's my plan. To go live or answer guys' questions. I have more calls today. And we can talk then. How does that sound to everybody? That sounds good. Okay, I have a call in a bit. I need to eat some food. Tori, 8th grader, how's the showcase in March? Anything we should do? Absolutely. You need to. Sebi, what's up, Sebi? MLS just rebranded travel team. Thoughts? It doesn't mean anything until you hear about your showcases. Our 8th grader has a showcase in March. Anything we should do? Absolutely. So much. I need to know her level, Tori. I just don't know, Tor. I just don't know her level. Or it's a boy. I don't actually know that either. But yeah, absolutely. You should be sending emails to schools. You need to highlight video. You need to make sure you don't get that many showcases in your life. So there's a ton you should do. I just don't know anything about you. So if you book a call, we can talk about it. Okay. Love you all. I will be back soon. If you have more questions, let me know. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. He is ECNL. Then he should definitely be doing stuff. Book a call, Tori. That means I want to see his video. Bye-bye.
Zodiac signs, but they get beat up. Okay, yes, I did get beat up, but it's all good because I'm about to go back. She beat my ass. She beat my ass. I'm gonna get sick of her phone, no. You don't know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm plotting. What I'm gonna do. But I'm definitely gonna do something. Trust me. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real. You beat me up. But can you beat these bullets? Turn that bitch. Okay, so what? I got my ass whooped. But I still got some licks in, and that's all that matters. But why you keep raising up, though? You know what I'm saying? You keep on talking, and I'm gonna fight you. I ain't get beat up like no one. Any evidence? No, then I don't know what you talking about. Sign a woman and you got a black eye. Look, why my eye black? Because I failed when I went into the high school. Machine of the team. But I won't be blown. Because I'm finding my revenge. Right now, pay a second and back, get that ass tap. But I'm not stressing about it. You know why? You win some, you lose some, but you live. Live to fight another day. Right? Okay, first of all, I never wanted to fight. You know what I mean? I'm trying to keep the peace. I'm not going to fuck. I'll fight if I have to. But I'm trying to talk out of it. Before you know it, I hit the fuck. The only reason I got
Recording in progress.
What up, Mr. Jake Meister? Can you hear me okay? Hello, Mom, too. Good to see everybody. Well, I'm excited to talk to you about everything or anything, whatever it is you guys have on your mind. I know we got some emails back, and we were going to kind of jump through those. But tell me how you guys want to start first.
I guess I'm a teeny bit disappointed without being whatever.
Yeah.
From the initial start, we were gonna have unlimited meetings and all this access and all this stuff, and it feels like that didn't really happen, and I know the fires happened, so that stuff stopped us. But then the emails went out and he needed some help, and the response when he texted you was, you come up with the draft and I'll do it for you. But the truth was he needed help with the first draft. He was having trouble thinking what he wanted to respond. So it felt very much in his court, and we've sent nothing back.
Okay, so I'm glad you guys booked me. I wanted to be very clear too. The reason we do that, and we do that with every student, so this is not like I didn't want to do the work. It is faster for your son to go, here's how I want to respond, even if he says something terrible, because then I need him to learn, so you don't have to lean on me forever, and can respond back faster. Why we do that. The other thing is, I don't know, Mr. Jake, if you were to say, if I say, you forward them to me, say, how should I respond? I don't know anything that happened to you. Did you play in a good game? Did you score some really good, I'd say goals? Did you have a great game recently? By you telling me what you want to say, I can do a much better job figuring it out. Now, in hindsight, I can have done a better job and go, hey, book me so we can go through the meeting. With all of our students, this is what we do. It's way faster. So I apologize that I didn't express that to go, hey, this is more efficient, because if you go, hey, Zev, here's what I heard, this is how I'm going to respond. And I go, nope, this is how you respond to this one. This is how you respond to this one. This is how you respond to this one. You respond within 2 or 3 days, even if you're not available for a meeting, if you don't want to be. Having said that, the unlimited piece is, I've said that from the very beginning when I tried to push you guys away as much as I could, say, only do this if you really want to, which is you must book me. I'm not here responsible to follow up with you. You must come to me. And if you come to me, I will want to be available and I want to be with you. So your frustration is more than fair. Let's address the frustration in a minute. Let's go through some of the emails so we can certainly respond to those. Is that okay with you guys?
Sure.
So let's go through, Jake, if you would share your screen, and let's go through them. Now, if the responses themselves were underwhelming, there's a couple things. One, we never got the self-interview, which is something I really wanted. And does not to say that was the end-all be-all by any means. But at that point, we were all frustrated that it's taken so long, so we pressed send. So if the response are underwhelming, that's pretty typical, meaning we need to follow up. You never get it the first round. That's pretty rare. The second thing is, I'm super excited to see some of these responses because, again, I've never done basketball. I am curious to see what they're saying, so I kind of can follow up with you and go, oh, everything is about the summer and camps and everything else, because that way we can go back and forth. So definitely, I want to see these emails. The fact that you got any, to be honest, is kind of what we were like, look, if you got 0, we can decide to cut our losses and be done. Or hopefully we got some, and maybe we follow up. And one of the things that we have with the cool system you guys have, it will follow up, and Jake, I can help you do it. I know we had a long meeting about it. The system will follow up automatically, so that way we don't even have to do it, which we can reiterate how to do that if you want. And we definitely want all the emails. I want to touch them and talk to you guys about them because they're really, for sure, they're super important. Yeah, so that's good. Okay, are you sharing screen? Maybe it's not showing up on mine.
Yeah.
Okay, give it 1 second. Okay, excellent. So start wherever you like, and then I'm going to show you how we're going to go from there. And also I want to show you how to organize them as well, because that's really helpful to us too.
Here I'll go to. I'll just find the first one.
Okay.
Okay.
Are these all responses?
Some of them are like it didn't find the.
The email. Okay, yeah, that's true too.
I think it's the first one here.
Okay. Thanks, James, for the chat. I'm excited to learn more about you as a student player. Our ID camp is October. We try to do one in the spring. Let me know. Okay, so this is from, what school is this? Vassar?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, this is like perfect. So what this means is Vassar likes us, which is excellent. See where it says lead up there in the top right?
Yeah.
Click on that, the little down, and now you're gonna put it in the genuine section. See the red tab? Boom. Go ahead and click that. Now in the other tab, which don't go anywhere yet, but I'll show you. Anytime we receive a genuine email, we have to put it in the genuine section, because when we send another email, like we're gonna have a bunch of schools that say something similar. Just so you know, there's a very good chance that he saw your video and liked you. Now, if you want to get recruited, we need to keep an eye on when their camp is in the spring, which we can Google right now to double check. But the more important thing is we need to follow up with again and go, hey, coach, here's another video of me, which we have already prepared, which is excellent. And this is where the process begins. So right now, if you were to go to Vassar's camp, they know your name. You know, we need to respond, of course. Now, they know your name. This is a great thing. And we follow up again going, hey, like, Vassar's in their season right now, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think so, yeah.
So what we would also do is we would respond. I'm going to help you respond. And to your mom's point, maybe because you're so new to this, I'm so used to maybe seeing people watch my videos on social media that when I work with my soccer kids, they kind of know I do this. So I want to apologize, Mom. Now that I'm saying this all to you, how could your son know any of this? So you're right. Having said that, that's my fault because I work with my soccer kids. So in saying that, I want to help you now, Mr. Jake, respond to this. And we need to go look up their schedule, compliment something like we did the first time, which probably was what made them respond to us. And I'll do that with you. For fun, actually, I was going to have us go somewhere else, but let's just do this one for fun now because this is very exciting. This is great. This is genuine top academic D3. So just sit tight for a second. I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah.
But you can keep sharing yours, I think. Okay. I should have known about it. Okay. Forgive me for the basketball miss then. That will be my lame excuse. So the first thing is we want to go to Vassar men's basketball, and we got to see how they're doing. And this is also my fault. I forgot, wrongfully so. Basketball is right now. You know, in soccer world, there is no soccer right now, so the responses are much simpler because you just follow up with, say, thank you, follow up with video, you go to their camp. But we need to compliment how they're doing so they know that we like them. And Vassar's a school that may not be our top, but, you know, it's a very good academic school. So having said that, we're going to go to, sorry, there we go, go to soccer again. Basketball. Then we go to schedule. So they're doing excellent. Excellent's maybe a strong word. Doing well. Lost 1-1. You guys play so many games. So it's over. Are they done? Lost. Every champion.
Yeah, that might be, yeah.
They're done. This was just 3 days ago. Okay, so what you would do, this is great. So this is how we do this now. I'm going to go to your document, and we can do this better to your mom's point in the future, is now I'm going to write today's date, and how we do this is I'm going to write for you, February 28th, how to respond. So let me make a note here real quick. Actually, this would be good for me to make a note.
Can I ask you a weird
2 seconds here. Okay, I'm just making a note so I don't forget to respond. To follow, we have to follow up with them. Okay, so the first thing is when we're doing this now is February 28th, we're gonna do Vassar. Okay, so this is Vassar. So later, if we have a lot of work to do, so let's just pretend you have a bunch of emails for us to go to, and we don't, you and I in this 1 hour, or I have more time, we can spend more time, but just pretend, Jake, we ran out of time, or you have to go for whatever reason. All your notes will be in here on how to respond. You just have to copy and paste what I said. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So for Vassar, you're gonna like this. Dear Coach, thank you so much for the invitation to your spring camp. I look forward to working on attending. I really enjoyed following you this season. I watched the recent highlights against, I don't ideally want to pick a game they lost just because that's a bummer. Or you could argue like if it was a good game, which probably I want you to be genuine, so I don't want you to lie. So I prefer if you did go on YouTube and watch it for 2 minutes. But something along the lines of I watched the recent highlights against St. Lawrence, or I followed the game against St. Lawrence. Let's look at the box score. Like maybe they were winning for a part of it. Losing by 8 points would be like a close game, right?
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
Sort of. Okay. So this is also like in a perfect world. Let's see if there's the highlights on YouTube. Usually the highlights are not there, but if they are, it's excellent. Vassar, men's basketball. Say a month ago. So this is not it. So maybe they played them also a while earlier this year. So they lost, it looks like, a month ago. So let's not do that game. Let's make it a game. They lost in overtime. That's brutal. So we're gonna say we watched this game. So you're gonna go here and you go. I watched the highlights against Rochester Polytechnic and followed guys into the final. Into the final. And then this is where I need your basketballness. If you can say something basketball-esque, like if you can watch part of this and say, like if I was a soccer guy, I would be able to tell you like this play was excellent or your ball movement was great. You know, if you can say something kind of genuine, it goes a really long way. Vassar's not our top school, but it's a school like this looks like it's just St. Lawrence highlights, so that's not very helpful to us. So let's just say I looked up Vassar, and this is worth taking the time for this, because you're only going to do it for a few schools, and they have basically no video, which is a bummer. So that's not even your fault, really, other than if you watched a game live. Vassar, big guy, that's not really helpful to us. So not your fault, nothing you can do, but you looked. So us looking counts. So I really enjoyed following your team this season. I have attached and some more. Actually, we're just going to say thank you right now. I really enjoyed following your team this season. I know the it's tough. I thought team. In a perfect way, you'd say like I like number whatever, but we didn't see them play, so it's hard to say anything nice. And then you would go talk to you soon. And then because you marked them genuine, this is a cue for you and I, Jake. We're going to send them a video in like a week or two. Just going, hey, coach, I know you're busy. Just want to send you another video. And then right now, let's look up Vassar men's. I bet you they don't know when their camp is because they've been so busy with the season. So they probably just don't have it. But now that the season's over, they'll probably have a camp soon. Vassar clinics. We don't know when it is. But what we can do, we can save the link and put it in your document. And then this way, we can just wait and go. And we'll make a note too. What I like to do is down here, we have your list of schools right here, your list. So what I like to do is you scroll to Division 3 and you just make a note to yourself so we can keep track like everywhere. We have it on your email system, but you just go genuine invite to camp. Boom. That's really helpful for us because you're not going to remember as we go through so many emails. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, your turn again. Let's do another one. That was good. That's great. And if they have a camp, that's where us as a family go. Let's go take a virtual tour. Do we like Vassar? I have some students at Vassar. I can have you talk to them, and you can see if it's worth flying out. Because that's what you'll have to do. And you're gonna have to do that one way or another. The question is, if you're gonna fly all the way that way, is there another school you'd like to see? Okay.
There's nothing right here.
So hold on. If you're not already working with them, so they advise you to reach out to Ken. The top recruiting so he's like, what is it? Hold on. Appreciate reach out to Stonehill. We look forward to. Okay, so go to lead where it says lead, and then click generic. Yeah. And now we know it's generic. Don't worry about it. Now, if this is a school we love, what school is it? Stonehill. It's not a top school for us, so I would say skip it. If it is a top school, obviously it looks like they're trying to sell something, so I don't like that vibe. But we could always respond and say, I'm already actually working with somebody. Can I ask you if I'm like? Let's just do a practice one. Hit reply, because this is how you respond to a generic email. So I'll put this in your document, and this is what I was saying. My bad about. My kids know this because I'm so used to them watching my videos, is every generic email is almost the same response, and you respond anyways, even if you don't like them. You go like this: Dear Coach, and it's super easy. You just go, Dear Coach, thank you for letting me know. In this scenario, they like are trying to push on someone else. You go, in this case, you could say, I am working with a professional. Can I ask if you are looking for a position for the class of da, da, da? And you say nothing else. You just respond to that. And then like that email you got was a computer. He doesn't know you. But sometimes when you ask this question, they're like, oh, you've emailed us twice. Clearly you care. I'll bother reading your email now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So anything generic, you just copy and paste this. Okay, sorry. Share again. Oh, you're already sharing. Okay, now do another one. So that's generic. Now you saw how we would do genuine, right, with Vassar. Those are kind of the two things we kind of traditionally happen over and over again. Okay, CollegeSoccerGuy, we appreciate your interest. I watched your highlights that you said. Unfortunately, we do not think you have the ability to play Coastal. I know that it wasn't enough. Hey, this is great. This is good. It was honest. They watched the video. But this is not a school we care about much anyways. So honestly, it's fine. So what we're going to do with this school, though, because it's very rare that they respond, right? The fact that they told you the truth is excellent. And we don't want to go to that school anyways. So then what I would say is if they respond genuine and say no, you go like this. You go, Dear Coach, because you never know where they end up. Thank you or if you want to transfer one, thank you so much for your honesty. I really appreciate it. Would it be, there's a couple ways we can do this, but for this one, I go, thank you so much for your honesty. I really appreciate it. Would it be okay if I used you as a reference, as someone who saw my video, as I reach out to division? Actually, we're gonna go like this. Would be okay. I really appreciate it. May I ask what schools you might recommend me to focus on? Thank you. Thank you again for your time. And he may say, you know what, I know a coach at so-and-so. He would really like you. Now we have a reference, which is the best thing ever. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. May I ask what schools you might recommend I focus on? And what division you would suggest I aim for? And now if he says, in writing, I really think you should aim for Division III top academic, you can forward that email from Coastal Carolina to Vassar, and that's a game changer. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is if they say generic, but I'm just going to copy and paste this. I'm going to go up to Coastal Carolina. And that's how you'll respond to Coastal. Okay, let's do another one. That was good. Oh, wait, real quick. Put them in the genuine section, but we're going to put them in the done. I think I have it done. Yeah, put done in the bottom one. We're still going to respond, but they're done. Next. So that's good. That's why we invest in the system. Excellent.
See.
Did you recommend the West Staff expressing into the program here at Weston? My name is Noah Tyson. Our toughest game this year was one of the highest season campus. Hope you're going well. I want to share a pretty question. It'll be okay. This is allowed. Okay, so this is generic. So whenever you get a generic, you go back to my template and you go, thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me know, or thank you so much. Thank you. You would say something like in response to their email, and then you'd say, can I ask if you are looking for for the class and say nothing else. So does that make sense?
Yeah.
So for them, I'm going to write it out for you, but for that was Coastal. So for Stonehill, hold on. For Stonehill, you're going to say this. Stonehill, you're going to go, Dear Coach, I am working with a professional I'm more information already, but I will be sure to research him as well. Thank you so much. You're always really thankful, even if they're being not nice. It's just easier.
Yep.
And then you're gonna do what was that school that just emailed you?
Wesleyan.
Wesleyan, which is a great school, one we do care about. And with Wesleyan, you're gonna just say, dear coach, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Say, dear coach, that was a great game you guys did play, and you could go look it up later. Can I confirm you are looking for for the class of And then just so you know, the hope is they respond with, yeah, we watched your video, we like you, which really means go to their camp. Or they respond with, we're looking for your position. Then as a family, we go, look, they told us they're looking for my position. That's all I can ask for. I got to go. So that's great. So go to your email again and mark them as generic.
Yeah.
Oh, you did already. Excellent. Okay, next. Thanks for sharing your own details. I believe they'd be a great fit for the upcoming elite camp in a great facility. Blah, 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 attending below is link. Okay, so this is, I would call what we call a semi-genuine, which means it says thanks for sharing film. There's a good chance they just assumed you did, right? Even if you didn't actually do so. And we don't really care about any of those schools. Penn State, Harrisburg, York, Swarthmore, debatable. Hamilton, debatable. Franklin Marshall, debatable. But Lafayette's not a top school for us. So you would do the same thing. You would hit generic and you'd respond with, dear coach, thank you so much for the invite to camp. May I confirm you're looking for a blank for the class of blank? And that's it.
Yeah.
Thanks for Charles goes. If you can, please send a copy of your transcript. Anytime we'll be back to. So that's great. That's like, in terms of level of genuine, the first school we spoke to, Vassar, probably like a 7 out of 10. This is like an 8 out of 10. They only ask, that means they watched your video. He wants your transcript to see if you can get in. So that's a really good thing. So can you send your transcript?
Yeah.
Now when you send it, I'll make a note for you because this is Holy Cross, which is a D1 program, by the way. So where are we now? Holy Cross is when you do Holy Cross, what you want to do is when you send it, and I'm happy to look at it or book a meeting with me if we want to this time around, is you don't want to send, you have to send it as a PDF. It has to be, you might have to ask your school for it. So you go to the athletic director, which is Fed.
Ira.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Dear coach, you would go, thank you so much. Say, I apologize for the delay. Then you need to add something genuine about them, like look them up on YouTube like we did before. So we can say, just brief. I watched your game, or I thought number this was really great. And you go, I have attached my transcript below. Now, the reason this is important is they're probably not going to respond to us after we send it. That's just how this works typically. So that's when we have to send more video, or we have to send a follow-up, or we consider going to their camp. So you're going to go to your email and you're going to mark them as genuine. Anybody that's marked as genuine tells us they're interested in us, which is why we have that system. And then you'll respond to them, and you did not leave their cell phone, so don't worry about that. Okay, great. Okay, Jake, happy to have you attend one of our prospect camps. Tentatively, our dates are restricted. So this is excellent. This is saying, I like your grades. I am interested in you. I left my cell phone, so we're going to text them right now. And these are the camps, and you have to go. Simple as that. So here's the good news. When you get invited to camp, in your Google Drive, okay, in your Google Drive, we have this list, which is kind of like your top list that we created. Here's John Hopkins. Here's camp invite. So you would write here, genuine. You would write in the camp dates that you got invited to, like just now. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I think one of them was 6/1, and there was a couple more. You can tell me them if you want. 6/1.
8/7, 9/21, or 9/28.
9/21 and 9/20. Thank you. 9/28. Okay, so 9/21, 9/28. Perfect. So now we know John Hopkins, genuine, and we have their camps. If you really want to make sure, Jake, and I can help you with this, we can create a new document if you want. I just want it to be organized, however your brain does it, is we can write this, Jake, invite camps. And you can put here John Hopkins. If you give it like a score, I'd probably give that like probably a 6 out of 10. You know, he didn't go crazy about your video, but he clearly knows who you are and invited me to camp. So good to know, because we have a lot of invites. Like the other camp we got was Wesleyan, and I'd give that, Vassar. Vassar, I would give like an 8 out of 10. So let's just say they had a camp on the same day, which it looks like they don't. Then you'd have to pick whichever school you like the most, and also who showed you the most interest. And as of today, it's Vassar, but they're not at the same time. So that is to say, this is great. And now we need to respond. So with John Hopkins, this is great. Also, by the way, John Hopkins is a really big deal because that's not just any school, right? That's a very, very good academic school. So with them later in the time, we can already right now, literally, when we do our follow-up email, we can literally say, I've had responses from John Hopkins, Vassar, Holy Cross. All of a sudden, every other school who did not respond to us the first round will be more interested. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So here you're going to go, dear coach, thank you so much for the invitation. I look forward to attending, even if you don't know if you're going to, you just say that and then later life can change. It's not a lie. You are looking forward to attending if you can. And then finally, you're going to go, you want to try and find something genuine. So like we kind of did before, this is only again for our top choices, like a John Hopkins. So we would go like John Hopkins men's basketball. Like if they're still playing, for example, or if they made the tournament schedule.
Today.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So if you say, you can totally send this today, and today's a big game for them, huge game, because it's the conference tournament. So just all you have to say is good luck against Gettysburg. Done. And you can even say, I enjoyed your win against Dickinson. Super easy. See that?
Yeah.
So, John Hopkins, I enjoyed following, I know you didn't watch it, so I don't want you to lie, but I enjoyed following your win against Dickinson. Good luck tonight against Gettysburg. And now feel how genuine that feels. They're like, oh, this kid likes me. Now, John Hopkins are used to being flirted with. They're the pretty person in the room. So that doesn't really impress them. Well, they're basically saying, you want to come to my school, come to my camp, which is not until June. So what we're going to do between now and June is send them more video going, hi, John Hopkins, I know you're busy. Here's video. Now, he also left his cell phone. So this is something you have to remember. Directions are in the document, but the document is a lot to go through, which is what I'm for. But in this directions document, in this section here, chapter 3B, it talks about how we do a checklist. If it's genuine email, we do this. If it's a genuine email, they left their cell phone, then we do this. We text them. So that's what we're going to do with you. So I'm going to Command C that. We're going to go back up here. Okay, so we're going to text them. Anybody that leaves their cell phone. So the reason I'm showing you guys this is, let's say tomorrow you get a bunch of emails, Jake. If you need my help, book me. If you're like, I know what to do, Zev showed me, then you know what to do. So, dear coach, this is Joe. We exchanged email this week. I just want to briefly introduce myself. I look forward to keeping in touch. Good luck against Gettysburg tonight. And totally text him. Cool?
Yeah.
And save him in your phone, because if he responds to you and you don't know who it is, that's not as good. Okay, great job. Put them as genuine. You can even put them, I think we have a text section for them, if I'm not mistaken.
There we go.
We'll put them in texting.
All right.
Perfect, because now we're going to do texting. With texting is obviously better than anything else, and it already tells us that's genuine, so that's excellent job.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for just please send me your transcript. Jesus Christ, from Naval Academy, which you probably would never go to. Mom, I only put them on the list because it's a D1 program, and I had an email every D1 school. So I know you probably don't.
We watched them play, actually.
Oh, amazing. So you can do genuine. And he left his cell phone. And he left his Twitter, which we haven't got a chance to do that with you, Jake, because we've been busy. But if it's, depending on how much time you have, Jake, that would be the next thing is we need to put your videos on social media and then follow them and then we tag them. But we'll get to that later. What I will say is because of basketball, you're really lucky. Nothing happens, it sounds like, until June. So from now until June is just video follow-up and emails, which is kind of nice. In soccer, It doesn't work that way. So transcripts is great. So you would do the same thing as we're going to do for Holy Cross. And see, I said, what's your recruitment like right now? So this is a big deal. This is his asking you, who else has made you an offer? That's what he's asking, ultimately. Now, you're not there yet. So guess what you're going to say? I've already spoken to Holy Cross, John Hopkins, Vassar. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But you want to say, I'll help you write it right now. But that's a great one. So out of the genuine scale, you put them more at like a 9. Now 10. When I say 10 is genuine. Like, I love you. We're not talking about ratio of how much they want to offer you. We're talking about just how much do they like you. This is the first round of emails. We haven't even done a second round yet. This is honestly pretty phenomenal. I told you we don't even get these normally the first time. And it's a huge compliment to your video and your grades, I will admit. So I'm writing down here, Naval, U.S. Naval. And we're going to respond like this. When I say dear coach, by the way, ... make sure you put his name in, okay? Don't do ... Okay. Dear coach, thank you so much for your time. My family and I watched your game against whoever you said. And if you have something to compliment, go for that. They'll love that. Anything basketball, language, like, again, this is where I don't know the answer, but they blocked, or, I'm not so stupid. If they had a great team play or a great play in general, the more nuance you can get, Jake, the more they'll love you. So go for that. Then you're going to say, I have attached my transcripts below, and do not send an email saying, I'm going to go get you my transcript. That's not what they want. Take another day or whatever it is, or another 2 days, get the transcripts, then send it. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Then you're going to attach my transcripts, and then you're going to say, thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. I have spoken to a handful of other programs, including Holy Cross, Vassar, John Hopkins, and probably some more that I don't know about from today. So you can add those in. And in this case, you have to be mindful, but since we're so early on, he's not really worried. He's not really asking like if they have offers. He's just wondering, hey, like, I saw your video. Are other people talking to you? Because if they're not, then maybe I'm missing something. He's really just confirming that you're good. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you guys. I've spoken to a handful of them, including. That said, and this is something we can debate with your mom, but what's nice to do, you still tell the truth, but you do want to make them feel special, right? This doesn't make them feel good that you're dating other women, per se. Instead, you want to say, that said, U.S. Naval is my top priority because, and give a couple reasons. Your team's great. The school's great education. I know Naval's not your top, obviously, but you mentioned you saw him play, so you can say, look, I really liked your team, and, let them know you like them, is my point. Okay, so go back to your email.
Okay.
That's Naval, and put them as genuine. Excellent. Oh, a cell phone. So you're also going to text them. And in the text, you're going to say, dear coach, this is ... dear coach, this is ... We exchanged emails earlier. I mentioned that I loved watching your team play against ... I sent over my transcript. So go ahead and wait a couple days to send. I sent over my transcript, and I look forward to staying in touch. And then if he texts you back, we're in a totally different ballgame. Now you're literally texting with a Division I basketball coach. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay. There's also, I want to add one more thing. Your club, remember how we talked about that other family who said to you, is your mom still there?
Yeah.
Okay, we talked about with that other family who said to us, like, your coach wasn't that helpful at one point or another. And that family said to us, like, you had to do it on your own. If we tell your school, I'm texting with Naval or Holy Cross, I imagine at your school there's not that many players that have gone to that level of a basketball team. You tell me if I'm wrong. But even if they have, that's a big deal for your school, let alone, like, you're in basketball world. This is totally different than soccer world. If you go to soccer world and go to UCLA, it's like, yeah, that's cool, but it's still soccer. In your world, basketball is a really millions of dollars are, being paid to watch them play. So it's a big deal. So my point is this. We can go to your athletic director and say, Naval Academy are texting with me. Can you call them and tell them I'm a good human? Does that make sense? And they would love to do it. They'll be like, I'll call Naval Academy, make me look good. But they wouldn't have done it before. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did hear from, somebody who's very friendly with the coach that his varsity coach, that if he gets into a school, they make the calls.
Got it. Now, I totally get that. And again, maybe it's different. In my experience, if you get into the school these days, you're not walking onto the team that often because it's competitive. So we want, and it depends who, you mentioned whoever that person is only calls if you get in. Okay, let's screw that person. That's not helpful to us. I want the person who's going, I'm willing to call, so you get into the school. So they literally get you into the school. And if you said to whoever that was, hey, I'm texting with Naval, they've asked for my transcripts, I think it would go a long way if you could just send them a voice note and just tell them, hey, I'm a good human. You know, that itself, even if the Naval coach never picks up his call, but goes, wow, like somebody went out of their way to call me about this kid, that's really helpful. Because we talked about the different levels you're playing at club, you're not at the highest level, so we need references.
Right.
So that's good. Jake, this is excellent. I mean, this is all a credit to your video, to be honest, so good job. Okay, let's do another one.
Let's see.
I want to apologize again to your mom. You're totally right. This is my bad. And I also thought the emails you got were maybe 3. So I was like, send me those emails. We'll respond back to you. Not like
I
this.
was like, what do we do here?
Yeah, this is great. This is fantastic. Thanks for the interest, Jake. Yes, we are recruiting at 26. You should look at our camp. They're a good opportunity to visit Yale in front of our staff room. So this is what you would call a genuine email, or we call semi. It is genuine technically because he did read your email, right? He answered your question. He's also saying, you want to play for my team, you got to come to my camp. So with this one, all you can say is, dear coach, I'll respond. I'll write it in your document. You're just going to go, dear coach, thank you so much. I look forward to attending your camp. And the only thing we can do now, just so you know, is Yale, right? That's a big deal school. If you guys say it's Yale, let's go, then I'd be the first to tell you it's freaking Yale. Go for it. If you say, look, I don't think Yale is realistic academically and basketball, I wouldn't like it anyways, then don't go to the camp. On the flip side, though, let's say we Vassar tomorrow say, hey, how's it going? You can say, you're allowed to say now, the Yale coach recently, mentioned they're looking for my position and they invited me to their camp. The fact that you have any genuine conversation with Yale will make John Hopkins and Vassar interesting. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So, dear coach, thank you so much for letting me know. I've made a note of your camps. Can you click on the website? Let's see what dates that. I've made a note of your camps. I look forward to attending. Good luck tonight against . And then that's it. Then you don't have to do anything else. Did they leave their cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll send the same text that we've been doing, same text as email, and then that's it. And then our job, you're gonna mark them as genuine, and then you and I will meet again, and mark as genuine, and then you and I will send them another video going, hey coach, I know you're busy. Here's another video of me. Here's another video of me. Go on. So, and look, here's what's crazy. Coastal told you you're not the level. Okay, soccer, that's basketball. Holy Cross are like, I really like you. Yale's like, I'd like to see, that's sport. That's how sport works. So all we can ask for is attention, and you're doing a great job. So let's do another one. Okay, I'm not sure what we will take in the 26 class. Please send me your AA schedule when you have it. Do you have this schedule?
No.
Okay, now he's in Wolford. He's in South Carolina. So he probably was just like, send me your game schedule, which is pretty cool. So we have to be honest with them. And Wolford is a good program. It's a D1 program. The fact that he asked for a schedule, remember, all of this is ammunition for all the top academic D3 schools, all of them, which is why I made you email the D1 schools. So we're going to go, dear coach, dear coach, I thank you for asking for my schedule. I will work on sending you. He doesn't need to know right now that you are not in the league. So I work on sending you my schedule. I am based in Southern California. May I ask if you have any ID camps coming up this summer. Now, first, to be smart, we'll just look them up real quick because they might already have it. Basketball. They have a game tomorrow against Furman. They have a camp. Nope, they have not. It's all last year. So we don't know when their camps are. So perfect. So we're going to ask them, say, do you have any camp scheduled? And then, look, they may say to you, yes, we have camp. It's still kind of genuine, but it's not over the moon or anything. So don't worry about it too much. And, also don't forget, in the Yale email you got, make a note of the dates they invited you. In your document, you should have, I'll make it for you right now. If you want, this is what we do with our other students, but this is brand new, which is why you didn't have it yet, but I will give it to you, is if it's easier for you, and this is for you and your mom, I have my tools of staying organized that, of course, work for me and have worked for our students. But it is your brain, and everyone's brain works a little different. So one of the things that I give my kids, that I'm going to give to you right now, is a calendar. I like the calendar because it allows me to kind of like remember things a little bit better in my own head. But if you say, hey, you know what, like I'd rather just write it out, so be it. But I'm just going to give you a copy of this real quick so you can keep it. Okay, so if I go to your Google Drive, I'm going to share my screen one more time. Okay, so inside your drive now, Mr. Jake, is is this right here, this calendar. So if you want, you and your mom on another day, it doesn't happen to happen all at once, would go through it and go, hey, June is when this camp is, and you can type on here so you guys can keep track easier. Does that make sense? It's up to you.
Yeah.
You could use this calendar, or like I said, we have all your invites here, and we could just keep them here and go like Yale, I would say was a 3 out of 10, genuine, but they invited you. Okay, let's do another email. Good lad. This is very good. This is phenomenal, actually.
What should I mark them?
Sorry, this was, it's genuine technically. You asked for your schedule, so go for genuine. Okay. Thanks for the email. We'll get our camps up next month, so stay on the alert for that. So George Fox is kind of saying, no cell phone. They're saying, let us know. So the way you would just say, I'll write it for you, but you're just going to say, thank you so much. Look forward to staying up to date. Put them as genuine, and don't worry about it. It's not a top school for us, so don't worry. It's kind of like fishing. We're going to throw that one back in the water. George Fox, dear coach, thank you so much. I look forward to working on attending your camp. Okay, next. Jake, thanks. We still appreciate it. And McAllister. This is a good academic school if you guys are less familiar with them. We're still focused on our 25 path, but feel free to keep me updated this summer. So this is great, super genuine. And they're a D3 school, very realistic. I know maybe you've never heard of them, but they are very good academics. I only put the top academic. They left their cell phone. So what you do need to do is mark them as genuine. It's a school you've never heard of, like in comparison. So we need to do what's called a virtual tour on YouTube, which I can do with you, just so you can get a taste of like, this is the school I would like one day. And you're going to go, dear coach, thank you so much. I will be sure to keep you updated. I sent over a brief text as well. Did they say anything about camp?
No.
Okay, but he just left his cell phone. And okay. Can you click on the schedule there at the bottom? Let's see if they played already. So they did this year. Keep going. And they won their last game. So they probably have the conference tournament coming up. So you could just say great win against St. Mary's. Great win against St. talk to you soon. Perfect. And then you'll also send them a text because they text you. So phone text message. Okay, excellent job. This is freaking phenomenal. Next. This is crazy. I don't know if I'm trying to explain it to you, but nobody gets 20 genuine emails in the first round. Thanks, Jake. I appreciate your interest. I don't feel like you're a fit recruiting St. John's. Okay, fantastic. So he left his cell phone and he emailed us. So what we're gonna do is the same thing as we did for St. Joseph. We're gonna do the same thing we did for same as Coastal, and also text them. We have nothing to lose. You know, we literally nothing to lose at all. So send them a message. If they don't respond, we're not gonna follow up. We'll just move on. Cool?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and put genuine because it was technically genuine. Okay. Oh shoot! You should put John. They should be in the done section.
Wait, what should I do?
That's school. Put them in the done section. Because what we're gonna do is when we have genuine, we're gonna click that tab and we're gonna send all of them an email with like one button. So our life's a lot easier. Thank you for reaching out. Our lead camp will be either at the end of September or early October. Gee, that's so late. Keep up the great work with class. Let me know your AAU schedule. Puget Sound. Okay, so my brother went to the school and we really liked it. He did not leave a cell phone. And this is one where, like I said, we just need to send a video leading up to it. So all you're gonna do is say, I'll respond for you, but Puget Sound. You're just gonna go, dear coach, thank you so much. I look forward to keeping you up to date and following up soon. I look forward to keeping you up, following up soon. Good luck again / great win against whoever it was. And then you put them in genuine and we'll follow up with them later.
Oh, that's it. Oh, wait, never mind, one more here.
Then reach out and interest in FFO. Okay. Private focus on season. Please keep me updated with it. Let's keep it. We hold an elite camp typically in the fall. Okay, left his cell phone. So this is a generic one that left their cell phone. This is F&M. So generic, and they left their cell phone. So what you're going to go is, dear coach. Dear coach, you're going to go. Can I ask if you're looking for for the class of I understand it is a busy time of year and the focus is on the season. And then you're going to also send him a text. The same thing. You're going to go, I understand it is a very busy time of year. Can I confirm you are looking for the class of and if he responds with, hey, they never really get angry, to be honest, but if they're like, hey, we're not sure yet, and they just say period, that's okay. You just follow up later. You go, I understand, no worries. Thanks for letting me know. Can't wait to watch your game. You always act nice no matter what.
Yeah.
All right, excellent. So here's the next thing. There's a bunch of schools that got some bounce backs. Those are probably volunteers. Oh, there's another one?
Yeah.
Okay. Good email. This coach is Whitman. We appreciate your interest in Whitman for each class for guards who can shoot the ball, pass well. Okay. For instance, as an hour, focus on blah. Thank you for your Let me know if you have any questions. You plan on. All right. So they left their cell phone and they said any questions. So the answer is we do have a question for them. This is not a great school for us, but they're West Coast, so that's why I put them on your list. You're gonna go, dear coach. Dear coach, I am excited to potentially help the team in a Princeton style press. Can I confirm you are looking for for the class of for the class of and then say the question mark class of and then you're gonna go. I sent over a brief text as well, and then you're gonna text them. and you're going to say the same thing, but you're just going to add I exchanged emails with you earlier this week. You always say dear coach, okay, no matter what, even if it's text. You can get nice later.
Is it coach with the first name or last name?
Good question. Last name if you can for now. Dear coach, emails with you. Yeah, I exchanged emails with you earlier this week. I'm excited to do the Princeton Southwest, make it for everyone looking for blah, 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 blah. And that's it. Okay, so those are great. Now, some of the emails where you got bounce backs are probably volunteer assistant coaches, and I just pulled them from the website. So let's go back to your email for a second. Can you go click the X on the top right? Oh, yeah, you do. Now go to track the emails, where it's the street part to the left. Okay, sorry, sales. The sales one at the bottom left. Yeah. Okay, so scroll to the left for me. Okay, lead. Excellent. Scroll down for me. Okay, now remember, Jake, we talked about sending a bunch of emails, and we talked about you can do it as many as you can. How many at this point would you say you've sent?
I've sent to pretty much everybody on this list.
Okay, great. So we don't have to worry about that. Excellent. So now what we're going to do is all the schools that are not categorized, right? So we have 8 genuine, 4 generic, and there's a couple done. For each of those, it's going to be a little different. The short answer is for those that did not respond. So I'm going to write this for you on your thing. And the cool thing is this system will make our life pretty easy. Is you're going to go like this. For the schools, no, shoot. Okay, keep that there. For the schools that did not respond, please do this. So what you're going to do is you're going to, on the email system you can select all the ones that are not in the genuine tab. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you're going to go, dear coach, I understand it is a busy time of year. I just wanted to politely follow up as a brief reminder. And then you're going to copy and paste what you said before with me in the initial one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And you're going to send that to everybody, anyone that didn't respond to us. Now, your thing as a tool, we didn't use it last time, but this time we're going to use it. I'll show you how to use it because then it's actually going to automatically follow up with you, so you won't even have to. So I'll show you how to use it. And then you're going to respond to all the schools you heard back from. Try and do that by Monday. In the future, obviously there was a delay. I'll take responsibility. So I'm sorry, Mr. Jake, about that. I do apologize. Is we want to try and respond within 72 hours in most cases. So in the future, from now on, my bad, just book me and we'll talk about it. Okay. Excellent. All right, respond to all emails you heard back from. All right, then you're gonna do that. Then here's the next thing. Because of the beauty, I just can't get over how lucky you guys are because of basketball, is nothing is really urgent, meaning there's no camps until the summer and it's February. So the only thing, Jake, is your high school season done?
Yeah.
Did you play in any great games?
A couple, yeah.
So those couple great games, we need those. So you need to submit those to us to edit, because right now we have of you, I think, quite a few games. Let's see. And you'll have club basketball. Is that the next thing?
Yeah. So yeah.
So we sent one of these. We'll mark the one that we sent already, and then yeah. All right. So we sent one of these already, and what we now want to do is we have a lot, which is great. We have 4 more. But if you say you played in another 3, I want those. Because then we have 8 games. And every school we have on that list is going to get all 8 emails with video. And I can pretty much guarantee that if that happens, you will keep getting responses. One of which could be we like you, or one of which we don't. But you will get responses. By the 8th email of video, you will get responses. Does that make sense? And it's free and it's easy. We didn't have to go to camp, which is pretty phenomenal. And for the schools that we like, we can send them more video, and hopefully they'll be like, wow, we really can't wait to see you at camp. You get to camp, you do well, done. They say to you, we like to have you on campus, and you go on a visit in the fall, and you're sorted. So that brings us back to this, which we still don't have the answer, is are there any schools that we love where we just want to go to their camp. So if there's a dream school, we're just going to go to their camp. Now we don't know when their camp is because they clearly don't announce these things until after the season, which is still March Madness hasn't even occurred yet. So we'll have to wait a bit longer. But the main thing at this point is pretty cool. I'm just going to say it. The main thing is you'll respond to everybody. And we just need to go, you're going to submit some videos. I can teach you how to do that because it's been a while since we did it, but you submit it to the Every Touch form. Are there any schools that we love and we go to the camp? We don't know when they are, so we just have to wait on this. And then the last thing is follow-up. So let's do that right now. So let's go back to your email system. Where is it? Okay. Now what you're going to do is let's pretend, let's say, just so your mom can see it too, scroll up to the top for simplicity. Okay, see how they all say Leeds, like most of them, Boston. Scroll up to the bottom. Let's go to the D3s. Okay. Oops. That's okay. Okay, scroll a little bit up. Keep going. Okay, never mind. Look, it puts it in tabs for us. Gosh, that's amazing. So see where it says contacted? Oh, we already. Sorry about that. Okay, scroll up. Sorry. Okay, so all of these, let's pretend, just select, what happens when you click that box next to the word name? And then scroll to the bottom for me. I don't know how far down. It does everybody. Okay, we don't want everybody, so unclick that. That's annoying.
You just want the lead?
Yeah, I just want the leads. Oh, there it goes. Perfect. All right, now this is a lot of emails. Remember, you can't send more than 400, otherwise Gmail freaks out. So you might have to split it in half. So for now, it's fine. Let me just show you. Click the arrow button with the envelope. Perfect. Hit mail merge. Okay. Now you're gonna write the email I drafted for you. For now, you're not gonna send it this second, so you guys can feel comfortable. But the subject line will be follow-up number 1. I'll write that out for you too.
Yeah.
It'll be follow-up number 1, and then you're gonna copy the same subject line we did before. Do you have that one? I can give it to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Do it in a second. Let me just show you how this works. Then you can totally we can do it together. So then subject line, just put in follow-up number 1. And then put quotations. We're not going to press send. I want your mom to be able to see this real quick. So, okay. Now, just type that in for me real quick, Jake. Just type in follow-up. Okay, perfect. Then in the body, just go like dear, then put the variable like we showed you last time. This is pretty cool, huh, Mom? Boom, he clicks that. It will automatically put the coach's name. All right, now click add follow-up in the top, in the right there. Okay, now, this email will automatically happen for you, so you don't have to follow up again and again. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So put follow-up number 2. And then in the email, you would literally say, this is my 3rd follow-up. I understand you're very busy. I just want to politely follow up as a brief reminder, And you're going to let it go. See where it says, like, if no reply, do 3 days instead of 1 business day. Make it 3. Wait to the left. Yeah, make it 3. And then do another one. We're going to do 3. So there's another one. And if you wanted to do more, you could. And now you don't even have to worry. You're going to press send once, and it will automatically follow up for you with all these coaches. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That doesn't change all that.
Yeah, you'll change them. You can change them later. Okay, and then the schools that did respond, you're going to go to work and get me the transcripts, or you know what I mean? Get them the transcripts. And then we follow up. And then once you do this again, there's a good chance we'll do it again. Email, and we'll keep. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Mom.
Sorry, the transcript I have, that's a PDF, is 2023, 2024.
I would do this just to double check. Go to your counselor and say, can I have my most recent transcript for sports? They should give you a more recent one.
Okay.
Well, I'll put it this way. Is his transcript better if we do a sooner one?
No, it's
The same.
Oh. Well, then I would go ahead and send the one we have.
Okay. Yeah, because they do like these grade reports at Crossroads, so that final transcript doesn't happen until June.
Totally, that makes sense. Definitely send that then. So you already have it. And you can send it on Friday night. Good, don't worry about that. They work 24/7, these guys.
Okay.
And then, what else was I going to say? Yeah, okay, so that's excellent. So you have the transcript, so no waiting. We're good. The only thing, Jake, is video. If you really do have good video, we just want to add it. So let's do one more thing, because this email system just saved you, I don't even know how many hours, like crazy amount of hours. Go ahead, Mom.
I have a question about the videos. So
Yes.
the ones that are there on YouTube, have they been looked at?
Good
Or they
question.
just-
One of them
like-
has. We only sent one.
Was that the one?
No, we sent the one that was good. I noticed one of them, it had like a bunch of my misses in there. I don't think it was fully edited.
Okay, now we did that on purpose on my end. We call that an every touch, like real game. We call it, so it's mistakes and the good and the bad. One of the things though is, Jake, I don't want to send it if you don't like it. I'm not a basketball guy. If you don't think it's good, we won't send it. We can even delete it off your page. But one thing coaches want is they want a highlight video, which is your best moments. Then they want a full game video, but they're not going to watch a full game, so we shorten it. And if it's got some misses, they'll know it's real, not just like an edit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So here, let's go to YouTube for a second. I don't know if I think we just uploaded the one. Oh, have we uploaded all of them? Excellent. So
I uploaded this new one. It was just something I got off the letter.
oh, great, that you made yourself.
Yeah.
Excellent. So that's awesome. So for that, the question really comes to this. You have all the videos I've made for you, plus the videos you've made for yourself. I'm here to help you. I don't know anything about basketball. So if you say, hey, Zev, that video sucks, then tell me and we won't use it. If you're like, Zev, no, I look good in this, then we'll use it. And the 56-second one is fine. I don't like sending things that short typically in my perfect world, just because the coach will be like, okay, like I saw something. I'd rather it be like I like these ones.
Did you score 6 in 57?
What do you mean? Well, that's 20 points.
But
I don't know what you're talking
it's
It's all cut together.
I see, that's my question.
So this video looks great by all accounts, so I'm totally fine. But here's the next question. We've sent this video out, right? This is why it has the most. This is the one we sent out.
Yeah.
So this is what we're calling our main video. Now this wasn't even a highlight video technically. We were kind of frustrated, all of us, with like how long things were taking. So we sent the best every touch video. We still can make a highlight video. So this is where, Jake, I need your help. We've made multiple videos in the Google Drive and in here. What I'd like you to do is write down every single timestamp and say, hey, Zev, these are the best 40 moments of these games. And I'm going to combine them into one video. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And yeah, I took all those already and could put them into what we have existing. So the videos that exist here are your every touch videos, these ones here.
Yeah.
So if you say to me, hey, Zev, of these every touch videos, these are, and you can delete some if they're in your way. I have a copy of all the raw footage. Is if you can say to me, hey, Zev, I wrote down in this game, right, 3 minutes point, we can rename this to whatever we can remember it better. And go, hey, Zev, this is, in this game, take this clip. In this game, take this clip. And I can make a one highlight video, which I would like to do with your self-interview. I would like to do that.
Yeah.
So here's how we would do that. I'll give you the directions real quick. So this is on your son's folder. So Jake, what you'll do, and again, we're not in a rush here. So like we have emails we're gonna send, we're totally fine. But here's what we would do. This stuff has gotten confusing. We don't have a main one. Then we have the full games, which are ultimately all of these. So I'm just gonna delete this for now. Specific videos. These are the ones I think I was thinking about in my head that we would eventually make only 3. It's and only this and only this and only this. But I'm just guessing. Again, that was in soccer. We do something similar. Then the every touch videos, which are what I'm confused. These I'm pretty sure are these. So you know what? I'm just gonna go like this. Okay. So here's what I need. Some of these I think are duplicates. Like I think these 2 are duplicates. Can you go through these, Jake? And we're going to create a document. And I would, in a perfect world, if you're up for it, which is what I'm here to do, you're going to say the name of a game. So let's just we can rename it to, here we go, Jake Harrison versus CCC. Press OK. You're going to go Jake Harrison versus CCC and tell me the timestamps, time code, number, whatever. At 1 minute 30, it was a really good play. My hope is out of all these clips, you'll give me 30 clips that will be our new best of Jake video. These are full games. We're going to make a best of Jake. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But you have to go through them because if you were a soccer kid, I would do it for you, but I'm not. So that's why I have to have you do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you'll go through those and you'll write this and then you're going to give me this document and I'm going to go edit it for you and I will put it together for you. Now that will be that. Then once we have that, Jake, I would want anything you feel comfortable with on YouTube, put it on YouTube. And then this becomes the next thing, which is goes back, Jake, to now that there's kind of a fire lit under you, meaning you're gonna get noticed. We need to get you on Twitter and we need to get you on Instagram. And the way we do that is we use this shot called InShot. And we can book another meeting and do it together. But if you're itching to get it done, there's an app that does it for you. And it's right here. What you're gonna do is you're gonna follow the directions that I made in this video, and you're gonna use this app. All you do is screen record with your phone the videos we made for you, and you're gonna upload it to this app. The app will format it for Instagram and for Twitter, and then you post it to your Instagram and Twitter, and you're done.
Okay.
And it's not an end all be all. What I would say is if we did get your Instagram going and your Twitter going, let's say by April, right? We have 3 videos up, which we could have. Look, you're only gonna do 1 minute. When you post media, you don't post 3 minutes. You post 1 minute. So we have 1 video, then 2 videos, then 3 videos. So given all these videos we probably have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. We have like 30 videos for social media. Does that make sense? So You're then gonna make the 30. Then once your social media is good, like we have say 10 videos up, then when we follow up, we're gonna say to them, I followed you on Instagram, which you will do, and you're gonna tag them. And you say, here's me. And the goal is between now and say June 6th, just because that's when John Hopkins gave us their June 10th, when they gave us their date, the goal is they've seen you a ton. And now we don't have to worry about was camp worth it or not.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm here to help you with that. I can help you edit those videos, Jake, if you need. The only thing I found is you can edit them faster because for safety purposes, I don't want to log into your Instagram and stuff without you guys. But I want to do it with you because that's what I'm here for. Okay, so here's the bottom line. In terms of what needs to be done right now, this second, what I would be put your headspace towards. So today's February 28th. Number 1, respond to everyone. Number 2, Jake, give me timestamps for the new video. Then I just pause there. Then book me. We'll go from there.
That sounds good. That sounds organized.
Yes, agreed. I'm with you. So I apologize. There's my link again. And Jake, this is great. This is amazing. Like amazing. Vassar, John Hopkins, Holy Cross, Naval. Like that is a big deal.
Yeah.
I also think you guys should, I'm going to add one more thing to do. I think you should go tell your high school coach and tell him, thank you so much for your support. I know it's been a pain. I know you guys told me that, but I want you to kind of, we call it schmoozing, as you guys have heard. You're going to say, thank you so much for, all your belief and help. I sent out video to Holy Cross and Naval, and they asked for my transcripts. And then he's probably going to go, what? Or great. If you need my help, let me know. And it just, later we're going to need him. So it's kind of just putting the first block in the house.
Okay.
And then if there's any other coaches you guys know, you keep hearing AAU. So AAU is like the top one, right?
It's just playing basketball in the
Just
spring.
club.
Just club. Okay. So do we have an AAU schedule at some point or we'll never have it?
It depends. Soon.
So, but,
Jake had PRP yesterday.
thank you for telling me. Yeah, I've had PRP many times.
So
On what body part?
He wants to play in spring. We just don't know what the timing looks
Of
like
course.
until we know.
No, of course. What body part did you have PRP done?
Hip.
Yeah, my hip.
Is it your labrum?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. How long has it been since you've had it done?
I feel fine. I mean, it's sore, but I'm just staying on it. So.
Okay. All right. I have to run. If you guys need anything else, let me know. And start there and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, I do think he'll play games. I don't know about practice.
Oh,
but
no rush. I don't really, honestly, the league games don't matter. It's the summer. That's all we care about. Okay. Talk soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I was just about to call you guys. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. We've been waiting on the.
Oh, sorry. I think it was my fault. I think my Zoom wasn't working, and I was waiting for you, so I was going to call you. But here we are. So I apologize. I think it must have been a technical error on my end. Thanks for waiting. I really appreciate that. Sorry about that. I'm excited to talk to everybody. Before we get started, could I ask who found me first?
I did. I did in part trying to find out about, helping him getting into college. I know he wanted to get into college soccer, and I started doing some research and, going to NCSA, and then we had a meeting with them, talked to them, and I was a little skeptical about it. And then I started to try to find more, and then I started listening to your podcast, and then the rest is history.
Oh, very cool. We'll talk about NCSA. I bought NCSA. My brother bought NCSA. I have, of course, feelings about that, but we'll talk about that in a minute. I'm also really familiar with your club. I played for the Kickers for about 3 years. So I lived in Richmond for quite some time. I know all the fields, all your videos, all your clips, I should say. I recognize those fields I was coaching at Strikers for a bit when I was playing there. So with that in mind, I want to start with, what did your father, I know your father found me first, Connor. So what did your father tell you about me?
He just told me he was gonna help me with the college recruiting process, and I said, I don't want to how to reach out.
Excellent. I love hearing that. Now, with that in mind, if I were to say to you guys, I kind of want to go over the agenda for today, would that be okay with you guys?
Yes. We watched the video already.
Excellent. So you kind of have an idea. So thank you for doing that. That is basically to say this. The goal today is to figure out if we're the right fit. I'm not the right fit for everybody. I assume you have great goals to play college soccer, and you have great grades. So we want to make sure all that matches up. So the first part is to see if I can truly help you play college soccer. So with that in mind, my first question is for your son. The goal today is to see if we're the right fit. Then it's to see if I can scare you away and make you quit, so we don't have to worry about any of this stuff, and dad life gets easier for you. And then finally, by the end of today, I want to answer all your questions. Sound like a plan?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So with that in mind, I want to start with your son. Have you had Division 3 so far?
How many what?
How many phone calls have you had with Division 3 schools?
Like actual calls? None.
Okay, none yet. If I said to you, have anybody invited you on a visit? Has any school invited you on a visit?
To ID camps, but visits no.
Okay, but to ID camps. Okay. If I said to you, what is it that you want the most help with? What would you say?
Just in general, college recruiting.
Yeah, specifically with recruiting.
Finding my college. Yes.
Okay, finding the right school. I got it. Is there anything you're like, let me ask your father. What do you think your son needs the most help with?
Again, I think he's just trying to find the right school, and, first of all, if he's somebody that can be recruited for soccer, right? Is he at a level that in which he can get into into a scholarship, or get a scholarship for soccer and get into a college soccer? That's kind of what I think he needs to, and then from there on, see what are his options, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he wants to go on, as you have pointed out, he's very important for him is the academics, right? So he doesn't want to sacrifice that. So then the question is, if soccer can make it easier even to get into a better college, or be part of his college experience, I think that's kind of where I see that he really likes soccer. He really is very active.
Super. Okay, excellent. So with that in mind, I want to ask your son why. Why do you want to play college soccer?
Well, I find it really fun as well, because eventually I may not be able to play college soccer after high school, or soccer after high school, but I want to be able to play after high school, of course, and I might want to even play at a higher level.
And so sorry, keep going.
Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so if I asked you to close your eyes and you imagine your senior year as your last game of your life that's competitive, that sounds pretty miserable. Is that fair to say?
For what?
if senior year comes around and you have no college offers and your senior game is your last competitive game, because after high school, you don't really get to play competitive soccer. You play pickup league, but it's not really competitive anymore. Does that sound miserable? Or you're like, you know what, by my senior year, I will have played enough soccer?
I'd be miserable if I didn't make a college
Okay,
course.
that's what I figured. So I can feel your passion. Now, we always talked about how academics come first. So I want to ask your father would you agree with me that academics come first as we're looking for this college soccer team?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Excellent. I think I saw that you're a doctor, so that's amazing. Which is then to say, why do you want to help him play college soccer? We could lock him in a closet. Why do you want to help him play college soccer?
Well, I grew up in Mexico, and we don't have this opportunity. That's something I wish I could have done myself. So I'm trying to make sure that my son can live his dreams, right? For me, is what, and I tell him this is something because he wants it, not me, not nobody else. And this aspect, he needs to be very selfish. It's all about him, what he wants.
Love it. That's awesome. Finding out that it's not, not everybody kind of in America is like, the system in America is so bad, you should go abroad. But as your father said, there is no college soccer anywhere in the rest of the world. It is only here. So it is a very special thing to be able to do. So with that in mind, I kind of want to give you guys a diagnosis on your situation as I see it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So the first thing is your video. When I look at video, I put it into two categories. Category number one is what will a coach think of your video, which is important because I watched your video a few times over. Your son's got good feet. He's big, good feet. I think he's a center back in the future. I liked a lot of things. But I spent time watching his video a few times over. So that's one category. The other category is what level can you play? Meaning, are you good enough to play college soccer, quote unquote? And that's kind of what your father was saying. So here's what I'd like to say. In regards to category number one, I would tell you that I am concerned. The intro page is not right for a top academic. I think the order of the video needs to be slightly fixed. There's some moments where you zoom in really well with trace, other moments that I think should be different. And then the main thing, it is all on your dad's YouTube, which is not okay. And we don't have enough video. So right off the bat, I'm going, that's a problem. Here's the good news. In category number two is, are you good? Which this is really the most important one because I can fix this in 24 hours. I cannot fix this in 24 hours. And the main thing I would tell you is you will be, and I could argue you will be capable of playing D3 top academic. If you said to me Division I would tell you right now, I would call that a reach. This has to do with various factors. I saw your technical ability. I saw your pace. You're going to grow. You're only a freshman. You're going to get better. But I've seen videos and I'm able to tell certain kids, hey, you're a Division I soccer player. I can tell today. With yours, I'm going, there's potential for Division I, but here's the problem. If you go to Division I, like, let's just say UNCW, which is a Division I school in North Carolina, this is not a top academic. This is just a Division I program. However, Chicago or Tufts, these are Division III top academics, and they are better than UNCW in soccer. Does that make sense? Because they're the best. So my argument is, I think you're good enough for these types of schools because of your grades, because of your ability. With this school, even if say you're good enough, that's not what we're looking for, typically, for you. We're not just having you play soccer to go to it. So then that begs the argument, are you good enough for Georgetown or Duke? And the answer is right now, you're not. I don't see you as that level. Now, it doesn't mean you couldn't get there. My story, I think you heard, I was playing JV soccer. This is my trophy as a JV soccer player, playing as a junior in high school. And I went on to play college, and then I played pro for 10 years for the Richmond Kickers. And, I did it. So I don't want to tell you that it's not possible. I do want to tell you that you have to work hard, and there's some things we need to do. So I want to show you what I think you need to do to fix this. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing being, when we do this together, I'm going to show you this thing I drew up for you before our call, once I've looked at your video, is the first thing is video. I'm going to write this category 1. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. The first thing we need to do, if you want to play top academic D3, which I think you could be capable of doing, and by that I mean I believe people will start talking to you quickly, is you got to fix your video. We need a lot more video. You're not going to be scoring all the goals, not in your position. You'll be clearing it off the line from time to time, but we need every touch videos, and you need a lot more of it. The second thing is you guys saw the email system. We need to email often and a lot. Before your call, I was on a call with another kid, wants to go to a D3 top academic. We sent out our very first email. We sent out probably 100 emails, and he got 15 responses, but the 15 were really good. And that means we have to follow up again with the other 75. That's how this process goes. Now, remember, you only need one school at the end of the day, but it takes a lot of follow-up. So, and 15 was great. First round 15 is an A+ record. It's usually 3 to 4. It takes many emails to get their attention, which then to say the camps, right? We have to go to camps. How do we pick those camps? Why do we pick those camps? So that's super important. The next thing is the audit. So when it comes to the audit, you've already started to get some emails, you told me. So I need to read those. I'm like a doctor in a way. I'm giving you your diagnosis right now, and I'm doing an MRI. And right now I'm telling you that I don't know all the information. I haven't taken your blood tests. So with that in mind, I need some more information before I can tell you exactly. And that brings us to your club team. I know your club. So in your case, this is a unique situation. I don't know everyone's club, but because of where I literally know, like I lived right there. So I know exactly the stadium and everything else. And so when I look at your club team that you were talking about, I was thinking to myself, like, oh, I know the field you go to. I know the other strikers in the area. I know the kickers. So the question is right now, you're NPL. If you want to play top academic P3, that is okay. You can still make it. But you are competing with MLSX and ECNL and all those kids. And in your area, it's mostly ECNL. So how do we still do it? Just like me. This is when we narrow down the list, figure out who do you like. And then finally, we talk about the coach mattering the most. Academics mattering the most. But the truth is, if you don't love your coach, you will be miserable. Will you agree?
Yeah.
So even unless I can make you quit today, which I am trying to do, your coach is really what we're looking at. And I feel really strongly about this because I had the best experience ever. This is me with my teammates as a senior. And I just loved it. I just had the great time. My brother, he had a miserable time. He fell out of love with it, and it just he didn't play a single minute for 4 years. That's not the experience you want. We want to make sure you love it. Now, one of the things is a lot of students say to me, like, when should you start this process? And the reason I'm biased, of course, in terms of when I think you should start. But I think this will kind of give you a taste. If you want to go to the top academic schools, this is a former student of mine, and he did a little podcast with a couple of other kids, and I think you'll get a kick out of this. And that is you. And she went to Notre Dame. And so for you, if you want to go to those top schools, this is where it gets competitive. So I want to ask your son, do you know majority of the time when the top academic schools are done recruiting, what year they're done? Like freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Do you know when most of them are done?
I don't.
That's okay. So most of them have their top picks by your freshman, February 28th. By this summer, they will know their top choices. By the following summer, they will start making offers, and by junior year, they're done. So junior year, they're pretty much done. So you don't get senior year. So you're not a freshman. You're a sophomore. And when you're a sophomore, you're a junior. When you're a junior, you're a senior. Does that make sense? Now, if you said you wanted to go to Randolph-Macon, that's a different story. Then you can wait till senior year. But you're not going to that school. Okay. So this student, they verbally committed as a freshman to Denver, which is a high level program, not academic, but high level program. So this idea of like when you should start, this student was going to Duke ID camp since he was in 7th grade. So I'm not saying you're behind, but I am saying like part of my job is to catch you up. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
So that brings me to, have I scared you away so we don't have to worry about any of this anyways, and your dad can just relax? Have I managed to scare you away, Connor?
No.
No? Okay. Too bad for dad. So you guys already talked about NCSA. Even if you don't work with me, I really think it's important that you watch this because I bought NCSA and this is what happened when I bought it. So even if you don't work with me, and that's okay, I want you to be happy. Here's my PSA, and this is kind of what makes me feel like I'm making a difference in the world. Is these are the types of schools NCSA kids are going to: Gerber, Wilmington College, Wittenberg, Milligan, Gloucester. I've never even heard of Gloucester, and this is my full-time job. These are not the schools you want to go to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this is really the main difference between me and them is they have a platform and they are like, if you're on our platform, you'll get recruited. I don't believe in that model. You must go to them. That is what everything says. You cannot wait for anybody to come to you. So I like to edit your videos. You must speak to me. This email system you guys saw allows me to send emails from your own account so we get better responses. And if you sign up with them, you're stuck. If in 3 months from now it's not working with me, then I go, I'm sorry, I tried my best and I guess I was wrong and life goes on, but I want it to work. Does that make sense? Okay. So I want to pause there for a second and I want to ask your son, is this the type of help you're looking for where we get to talk to you about the videos, how to write the emails, which camps to go to, create your list of schools, and do kind of what your father had mentioned and what you had mentioned, which is, find the right fit for you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, awesome. That's what I like to hear. Now, I want to pause there for a second. When I'm working with students, I can't work with that many students. So, what I want to do is kind of show you what it looks like to work with me on a day to day basis. Is that okay? Okay. So, when I'm working with students, this is kind of what it looks like. The first thing is you're going to get a coach plus me. When I first started this process, I was all by myself and I found I couldn't edit all your videos and I couldn't tell you which camps to go to. And some of the emails in the email system weren't right. So I've split up my process. I'm going to edit all your videos. I'm going to read all your emails. You're going to talk to me as much as you want, but your Zoom meetings are going to be with a coach. Now, as it happens, this coach sat there just like you did with his father and said, "Hey, Zev, we want to work with you." And they worked with me for 4 years. And now they're playing college soccer. And now they work full time for me. We're going to be able to message us all you want. We're going to edit your videos. We're going to go through game review. When I was watching your video, I wanted to show you this clip. Here. Not this one. This is a good clip too, but there's another one that's really good. And then I'm going to show you another moment where I want it to change. Okay. So your movement's really good and you keep the ball really well. This is right to his feet, which I love, right? You found him. This is like David Luiz is past your time. Like a Diaz type of deal, for Manchester City.
Yeah.
Okay. So boom, and you move like Diaz a bit. Boom here, and because you're so big, right? One of the things we need to work on is in this moment here, from this moment to this moment, it's too slow. Does that make sense? So what you're going to work on is when you get this pass back and you back up really well, body's open, this first touch should have gone here. Because then you wouldn't have had to do this little nonsense and he wouldn't have gotten so close to you to begin with. And then this pass bounces before he gets to him and he messes it up. Had it been instead, the first touch had been out of your feet the first time, you probably could have played it on the ground into him and made your teammates' life a little easier.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Look, given where you're at, it's totally fine. My goal, though, is since I'm going to be watching all your videos anyways, I may as well go through game video review with you, where I disappeared, and go through the game video with you and talk about this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is then to say you're going to get a Google Drive, and the Google Drive looks like this. This is what yours will look like. This is another freshman. This is an 8th grader, actually. And you're going to get a list of top academic schools, and your list will be a little bit different, obviously, but it's pretty similar. The top schools, which are non-negotiable from an academic perspective. And then you're going to get a D1 list. You're also going to get a list based off your major, like your best major. And then your document eventually will turn into this, where basically you are, as you're with us, that is, we're going to meet every week and we have a lot to do. So we record the meeting and then we tell you, got to text Brown this. Then you got to call UCSB this. Then you got to follow up with Colgate. Then you got to email Dartmouth. Then you got to call Princeton or email Princeton. So this was this student. They just committed today, actually, this kid. And this is what we need to do with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And then finally is if in the very first 3 months you're not being genuinely recruited, we refund you. Now, genuinely recruited does not mean an offer. What this means is I expect schools to be texting with you, phone calls with you, transcript requests, game schedule, requests for more video, tell them that they need a center back. I can't make them like you. Like the kid I told you before this call, Coastal Carolina, which is a D1 program, told him, you're not good enough. That's part of this process. You might get told no. My job is to get eyeballs on you, but I'm going to help us. We're not going to email them until I think we'll be successful, but soccer is subjective. I like you, but another coach may not. Okay. Does that make sense, Connor?
Yeah.
And then your father brought up scholarship. So when you're talking about D3 schools, there's a couple things. First of all, my niche in terms of the kids I work with, which I'll give you a list in a minute, tend to be the top academic students is who I work with because I talk about education so much. So naturally, moms and dads who care about school talk to me as opposed to the parents who are like, I just want my kid to go pro. 90% of students have received a minimum of 60, upwards of 300. But the main thing is at Division III, you think there's no scholarship. The students that get the most money for us are Division III kids. And the reason for that is the academics is where the money lives, not in athletics. Yes, there's some money, $2,000 to $10,000 or whatever, but the most money's in the academics. So what happens is the school gets you in, as your father kind of mentioned, because of soccer. Like Chicago is a hard school to go to. But if the soccer team likes you, and we just committed a center back there this year, great kid, good soccer player, but he wouldn't have gotten in without soccer. Does that make sense? So then because he gets in because of soccer, they give him the academic scholarship he would have normally got if he was a student. And these private schools have the money. So they want to give you the money. My full ride was half academic and half athletic. Okay. So I want to pause there for a minute. When I work with students, actually, I'll show this first to you really quickly. When I work with students, I don't work with that many students. This is a list I'll give you of all the students we've ever committed. And the teams in red of this last year are kind of like the top academic schools, which tends to be my niche. And Carnegie Mellon and the NESCAC schools and Washington and Lee, which is close to you guys. I'll give you this full list in a minute. But one of the things that's important is when I'm doing this process with you is I cannot work with that many students at a time. So I want to ask your son, why do you think you're the right fit to work with me?
I mean, I think after everything we've seen, all the other recruiters are not as good as you, and that you're the one that can help us the most.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, it's not that I don't love your compliments. I do. Everybody loves a nice compliment. But what I'm really asking is, this process is not easy and it's not fair. You're going to be told you're too big. You're going to be told you're too fast. You're going to be told you're too slow. You're going to be told you're too early. You're going to be told you're too late. How do I know you're not going to quit when things get difficult? Is there been a time in your life where you went through something hard and you came out the other side?
I mean, yeah.
Can you tell me the example?
I'm gonna give him the idea. When you went from P1 to P2.
So I was joining strikers my first year. I was on a rec team.
It was on NPL 2, but it was a Premier 1.
Got it.
Yes. So I got moved down my second year to a different team, and then this year I moved up 2 leagues. So I jumped 2 levels, and so all the other coaches had to apologize to me.
So that's a great example. And college coaches are going to ask you the same question I am, which is why I'm practicing with you, is when we do this process, it's important to understand that these coaches want a captain, especially in your center back role. They're going to look to you as a leader, but also it's to go, hey, personally, I need to know that you can do this. And the hardest things in college soccer are getting injured or getting cut and not playing. And the fact that you overcame that is very helpful for me to hear. Now, to your father, you've known your son longer than I have. Why do you think your son is the right fit to work with us?
I think he's committed. I think he is gonna love this experience to go to college and do this. And again, I support him, any way he wants, and I think he has the the drive to do it. And I think as I have told him, sometimes there's ups and downs. Everybody, when I was doing my studying, there's always sometimes some highs and lows, and I sometimes knock at him and say, "Hey, don't forget about this," right? So we all need sometimes somebody behind that reminds us what we want, right? And I think that's part of, my role as a dad. I think is sometimes to say, "Hey, forget, life is always hard, no matter what you do. No matter what profession you're going to do, it's always hard. Nothing is easy in life." So, and again, I think the fact that, for instance, as I said before, he alluded to, he was on, there's 4 teams in strikers, right? There is the elite North, Premier 1, and Premier 2. So he was in Premier 1, and then he was expecting to go up on top, and instead they dropped him 1 level. And then I took him for him as an opportunity to say, you see, you need to work harder, otherwise this is not going to work, right? And he really spent a whole year, again, kicking the ball against the wall and really training and, juggling and dribbling. And, so obviously from there being all of a sudden at the bottom, he went to the second team, right? So he's now the NPL, he's on the second team for strikers.
Great example. And I know actually who your coach is because I looked it up before. And there's a lot of politics in that world. I've been there before. And because of that, there's also politics in soccer. And my brother always says, like, choose your hard, everything's hard, but you get to hopefully pick which hard you wish to choose. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do is show you guys a couple options of what it looks like to work with us. Is that okay? I think you guys saw this a little bit already, but this is just so we can figure out. So when I'm working with you, in your case, there's basically one option that I think is the best, but it's something we can communicate. So I'll give you this website. I already showed you the Duke student. Is when we're working with students, this is the first option. So in this model, we do everything for you. You never really send an email. You don't pick up a finger. You send us your videos. We create an email account with your name on it, and we send, and we do everything. You don't really do anything. Now, typically, this is like a good model if you really don't want to do any, and you don't want to even be part of the process. We just email the schools for you. We tell you which ones. Of course, we want to hear from you, like who you think is good, but you really just leave it to us. This model is really built for like internationals who are from Dubai and like just want to come to America. So I don't think this is the right model for you, in my opinion. This is the model that I like. This model is the same thing, but we're doing it together, Mr. Connor. I will still write the emails for you, but you click send. Now you click send with my guidance, but you the one that clicks send. When you receive emails, we receive them together, not I just receive them and you just do what I say. And the other one, you kind of, if I say go to this camp, you just have to do what I say. This is it's a bit of a collaborative. We want you to love the school and love the coach. So this is together. And in this model, you're going to do the unlimited meetings with your coach. We talked about, we want to get you the email system, list of schools, the ID camp, and then we're an annual service. So with you from now, February 28th of this year to the next year, February 28th of 2026. Now, for 95% of our students, they're like, this is like an intensive master's degree in 1 year. And they go, hey, Zev, you sound like my mother. I don't need you to tell me what to do anymore. I know how to handle this process. And in your case, with the schools we're aiming for, they're free. They can email you, they can text you, they can have you on visits. Everything that can happen is going to happen in the next year. Now, it's possible you might have like 4 offers and you're like, I don't know what to do, Zev. And you want to call us after the year, of course. And it will never be this again. It's custom plans, somewhere between $50 to $20 to $50 to go, hey, we have a phone call, or hey, Zev, they requested a video. I want to give it to them. Can you edit it? But it will never be this again. Does that make sense? Okay. And then the third option is we give you all of our tools and you go do it on your own. We give you access to like our app where you can message us, but you have to like do the process. You have to edit the videos. I tell you, we can guide you by messaging. You get the AI system and the list of camps and everything, but you have to do everything else on your own. Does that make sense? And in my opinion, I don't really like that one for you. Like if you don't want to work with me, if you're saying I want to work with you, Zev, I don't even do that third option. It's either these 2 options are kind of the ones we'd have to go from, unless you really want to do everything else on your own. Does that make sense, Connor?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask your father, of these 2 options, which one do you think is a better fit for your son?
Well, is the one that gets him involved, right, in the process. If he doesn't get involved in the process, he doesn't learn, he doesn't see that things are hard in life.
Well said. And that is one of the things we have our students do, depending on their major and whatnot, which is what I want to talk to you about next, is, we might have them write in their essay about what it's like to get recruited. Getting recruited and becoming successful makes you part of less than 4% of kids that play college soccer. So with that in mind, Connor, what I'd like to do is I want to ask you a last question here is, if I said to you, Connor, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you want to work with us, 1 being you hate my guts, what would you say you sit at the minute?
10.
Okay, excellent. And I feel like it's important. I need you, Connor, to ask me the same question. I want to say, Zev, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you like to work with me?
Zev, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you like to work with me?
The big thing for me is if you're open to the game video review, I'm not really worried that they're going to like you. College coaches like center backs who are like you. But when we go over game video, if you are not willing to take our feedback, then I would say I don't want to work with you. If you say to me, Zeb, I'm willing to listen to you like I talked to you in that one moment, then I would love to work with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add to that?
Please do.
We actually have had the trace for some time. Actually, before on the P1, P2, when I got him because I was telling him, you're not fighting for the ball. You need to do this, you need to do that. And he would not understand. So I got it and I was able to record, like, you see what I'm talking about? You're doing this and you should not be doing it. You got to be more active. And he actually has been very receptive. What I'm trying to say is he's very receptive too. Yeah. And this year, we also have the trace from the team.
Oh, excellent.
So I actually usually the one that look over the video and get the highlights, and then I discuss with him, because again, as you pointed out some of his videos, he has so much time from homework and tests and all that stuff. So I don't want him to be editing the videos and all that stuff. So that's usually things that I do because I want him to focus on his grades. That's my priority for him.
Us too.
But answering what I'm trying to say is he's very receptive to. And actually, sometimes I wish I had more knowledge of soccer. So I think comments from you are going to have so much, those things that you notice about how he receives the ball. That's something that, I select that video because it's like the perfect pass is good, he cuts. And, so I try to include ones that have good passes and etc. And there's some other ones that I can send you. But yeah, we have a good, I would say 10 games that we could give you access to.
Excellent. That'll be awesome. We're going to show you how to do that because we do want to create some videos. And Trace makes our life really easy. I'm sponsored by Trace. So you're going to make me a family member in your account, and then I can access all the videos. So that would be awesome. With that in mind, my last question for you is, I think my second to last question. I'm sending over an email right now with everything we spoke about, so you guys have a copy of it. I want to ask your father. You kind of already answered the question, actually, which was, why do you think your son is the right fit to work with us? You already kind of answered that. I guess what I want to say is your son had said on a scale of 1 to 10, he's a 10. How do you feel? Are you 1 being you'd like your son to work with us, 10 being you don't want to work with? Where do you sit?
No, I mean, I sit somewhere in the 9, 10 is, I think we could do this on our own. I mean, that's why I'm saying is, but of course, I have my own profession, my own things, and, having not to worry about this. And, for me, that's something he really wants to do. I want to support him fully, and I don't want to say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't have time enough.
Right. And one of the things that we are really excited about when we do this is, Connor, this is your life, but we are here to save you time. You do have to send a lot of emails, but the system will do that for you. Yes, you do have to play a lot of soccer, but we're going to edit the videos for you. The goal here is your son can focus on school. That's why I built the system. So you don't have to worry about, hey, I have to stop doing school or my parents have to stop doing their job for us to make it to this point. So here's the last thing. I sent over an email with everything we spoke about. I'm going to make a video really quickly as if you were a current student working with me right now. And then afterwards, I'm going to ask your father this question. I'm going to go, if you had to work with me right now, which you don't, but if you had to, what questions do you have for me? And after I make this video, I think you might have a couple more. And this is also to try my last attempt, Connor, to scare you away. Is that a deal? Okay.
So So I have a question.
Oh, let's start with the
You-
questions.
you
Go
were
for it.
saying we have,
Change it back.
you were opening to questions for us, or?
Yeah, please, let's do them. I'm happy to do them. If you had to work with me right this second, what questions do you have?
My question is, when is that he would meet with you? How, I understand it's once a week. My concern would only be sometimes there's weeks in which he has tests, soccer practice, so it's hard for him to squeeze all this, and having to add another thing for him is it's evening, then, it gets complicated for him. So the question is, what times are you usually doing? Is that usually that we can arrange Fridays or weekends to accommodate and have him more, not interfere so much on his quizzes that he has? How do you adapt with, okay, this week he has 3 quizzes and 1 test, and he has practices, and he's trying to juggle all this.
Really well said. Really well said. So the answer is we will always prioritize school first. In my perfect world, at the beginning, let me ask your son Connor this question. Right now, you're a freshman and you're very busy with school. Do you think it's going to get worse or easier?
I think it's either gonna get worse or the same because I'm on track to take 2 APs next year.
Okay, so let's pause there for a second. If you're taking APs next year and you're not taking them now, and you're about to learn how to drive, and you're about to have even more soccer than before, I think we could have both agreed it's probably going to get busier.
Yeah.
Okay. So to your father's point, the goal here is while we have this little breath of space, that we do get as much in as we can, because the first part of the process is like a rocket shipping him from Earth outside the atmosphere, which is a lot of effort. So yes, I do require your time. Send me your trace videos, things of that nature. However, you'll see in the agreement, all we're asking is that you let us know that you're busy. If you go, hey Zev, for the next 2 weeks I have to study, we'll be like, of course, we'll do some work for you. We'll get your videos done. Go to work. But if you don't message us at all and don't tell us what's going on, that's a problem. We're working for you. So the answer is, Connor, we just need you to communicate and say, hey Zev, I have 4 quizzes this week. I'll book you in a week and a half. We'll go, great. We'll have your agenda ready for a week from now. And you know what? We'll draft your emails for you while we wait so we can go over those together when we see you. But if you just ghost us, those types of students I can't work with because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And
I'll make sure to be consistent.
okay. So to your father's question, the answer is we don't need to meet with him every week, but we just need to he needs to let us know, hey, I'm busy. I'll get back to you soon. That's what we would ask.
No, I'm not saying don't meet, because I really like the idea of you going with the video
Mm-hmm.
in ways that I cannot go with him, right? So I actually don't mean to say don't meet with him. I actually
understand.
want to make sure that happens.
Yeah, we can
But
do
I'm
that.
trying to ask for flexibility, I guess.
No
That's
problem.
what I meant.
We are school first. And this is the beauty. If let's say he's sick or gets injured or whatever, he's a freshman. No problem. No issue. You mess up when you're a sophomore, there's a problem. You miss a camp, that's a problem. Right now, we can miss this game here, email. If he doesn't know how to write the email and it takes us 3 days instead of 2, it's not a big deal. It becomes a bigger deal when you're older because time is of the essence. So for now, that's why I only really work with 8th, 9th, and 10th graders. I do work with some older, but they're usually an exception. Awesome. Great
That's not the
question.
That's not my answer.
Okay, no, I'm glad you asked. So could you guys check your email for me real quick? I just want to make sure you received it. There's an email that says College Soccer Guy next step.
Um,
And I can share it on
yeah.
my end too.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay, excellent. When you see that email, you will then see a link that says the agreement form. And this is for the agreement form, not of the 999, but of the middle package, which I think is better for all of us. And when you see this, I'm going to pull it up so your son can see it as well. I just have a question to your son. Yeah, go for it.
Every person commit. You said there's a link?
Yeah, so do you see this email called Soccer Guy
Oh,
Next
yeah,
Step?
yeah. Okay, I
This
see the
one.
agreement.
Perfect. So you click on this, and this is what I would ask of you guys. We already went over all these details. The biggest thing is, what do you think you want to major in, Connor? Are you sure? Do you have an idea?
I'm thinking maybe more like econ, like economics. Maybe a bit of business.
Okay. So what I'll have you do is put business, math, and you can write econ here when you fill this out for me, because I'll start creating a list of schools with those options. That way I can have an idea. Now, when you guys fill this out, you're going to be taken to the payment page. Here's my last thing. This is a big decision. I want you guys to think about it and talk it over as
Sorry, what is that we feel that I'm sorry, I was actually on the email.
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
No
Okay,
problem.
okay,
Oh, excellent.
Okay.
So I just want him to fill out business, put math, and put econ. I'll make a list based off those schools, and I'll change them and update them as time goes on. My last piece to this is this: because of the amount of students I work with, everybody, I must know if you'd like to work with me pretty soon. So I want to ask your father, when is it that you could get back to me regarding when you'd like to work with us?
I would say no later than tonight.
Excellent. My kind of thing
Just
is,
need to check with my wife.
Please.
I talked to her and I asked her if she wanted to be part of this, and she said, no, you are the one to deal with this. You let me know what you guys think. And
Okay.
I just need to, for respect to her, I like to just
Of
say,
course.
hey, this is what we're doing.
I do the same with my fiance. Of course.
Yeah.
So this is recorded. So the moment I hang up, it'll be sent a copy. The email you have is all the details. Connor, the only thing I need from you is when you fill out the form, in about 20 minutes from that point, I'm going to start making your Google Drive. When I send you the Google Drive, you're going to get an email. The email is going to look like this, so you can see what it looks like. And the email will have your name on it, and it will have a couple directions. And again, if you're busy with something right now, Connor, don't worry about it. But it's going to say this, and it's going to look just like this. And it's say, hey, we're really excited to work with you. You're going to watch this video. It's about 4 minutes just to get you onto our app. Once you're on our app, we're going to book a call with you, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Cool?
Yeah.
Excellent, guys. I'm going to make one last video for you before you go. Mainly it's for me because I think we're going to work together. And I want, if you book us, say, tonight or tomorrow or this weekend, I want myself as well as your coach to know what we need to do first. So I'm going to record that. If you guys have to go, just tell me, you can interrupt me and just say goodbye. But I'm just going to record this real quick, and I think you'll get a kick out of it. And I'm going to share my screen here so you can see it. Okay. Hi, Coach. So we're working with a particularly special family, special for a couple reasons. He kind of reminds me of Diaz on Manchester City. Really good feet. There are some things in his game that we need to improve. And the exciting thing is, I think if he improves them, like, it will be a real game changer for him because he's got the technique already. He's got we'll call it the size, and he's got the IQ. My concern right now is a bit regarding his pace, and I'm going to say IQ because when you don't have the pace, you have to use your brain. Like, I'm 5'6". I was never the fastest, but I was pretty smart. So the first thing I want us to do with him is his current video is good, meaning I can tell he's good, but it's not good for top academics. So we need to do a self-interview. We need to fix the bit of it. It's a bit too long, so I want to split it into two-minute videos because nobody ever watches the other half of it, which is always a bummer. And then, so we'll have 2 highlights in the week, which will be great, which we can send up twice already. Then we're going to do every touch, and he has about 10 trace games they've already talked about. I would like to pick about 2 to 3 of these to not only go over to make what we call an every touch video. So we're not going to make an every touch video all 10 because coaches only want like 4 to 6 videos a year, not including social media. But we do also want to go through game video. I already went through some with them, but I want to basically take those games, which we will have access to, and go through them. And you're gonna go through that with them. I'm gonna tell you what I'll cut some clips for you so we know like what for him to look at. But we want to go through the games and teach him how to get better. One of the things he really needs to get good at is do not pass the ball until he draws pressure and leave the ball right in front of you. We'll give him some clips of pro players doing it, but just since I have you real quick. This is his highlight video. And he does it actually. I don't know if he's doing it consciously, but he does do it. And this is what D1 and D3 coaches are really looking for all the time now. Because okay. So like the first clip, we'll talk about this. He keeps the ball really well, and like that's a great pass. So we can assume he probably lost it. But here's what I want to see right here. See how he waited till this guy came to him? That's really good. Now, should he be dribbling like that as center back? For me, I like it. So the answer is yes. But as we go on, coaches are going to want to see this. Stop moving. He's going to stop moving right now and not move. This guy will come to him and he'll play it into the 6, or if his feet are proper and he can put it out of his feet, he's going to ping one to the outside left back or left mid. And that's Division 1. And he's capable. Like he has the ability. So I'm not really worried about that. He just, hasn't learned it yet. So we're going to go over that with him. Okay, then my notes here. Okay. Then we need to send out a mass email to the D3s. They're gonna love them. I think they're gonna eat them alive. Like when a cute boy goes into the dance floor, all the girls are gonna want to talk to him. But when that happens, he needs to know what to say. So we'll practice for the phone calls. But we need to create about 25 genuine aspects, which we'll help him with. We're gonna focus on the D3s first. When I say first, this is like week 1 through 3. By week 4, we'll end up towards the D1s. We're not going to really do D2s at all because his academics are too good. We can get to that later, but it's not worth our time. D1s are better for him. Top academic, we will do. They will like his size. But for the D3s, genuine invites to camps. So I will say right off the bat, I want him probably to go to this camp and this camp. Now, we'll talk to them about that, so we'll decide if we want to. But then as schools tell us, I like you, or we need a center back, then I would like, as it happens, I worked with another kid. He tore his ACL twice, and he played for the Strikers. And he was a center back, just like you. And once we fixed his video, it was a lot better. So then I would like to go to those camps who like us. We won't go to all of them, but we will measure between them. And then it becomes follow-up. And then if they're open to it, I would like to get his social media going because that is very helpful. Okay, excellent. I'll talk to you soon. All right, Connor, can I say I've scared you away for real?
You've not scared me away.
All right, that's all I have, guys. I look forward to hearing from you later tonight. You have the link. If you have any other questions, just email me, and we'll talk soon.
All right, perfect.
All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Coach.
guys. Bye.
Bye.
Oh. Hi, everybody. Good to see everybody on the live still. Give me 2 seconds, everybody. I just need to. Oh my gosh, I have a call right now in 2 minutes. I don't get a break. Real quick, last thing is he needs to go to Masters. He needs to go to 60. The D1 schools, don't worry about those for a long time. He can get to those eventually. But first do the D3s and do tier 1, tier 2, and there's going to be a folder called options. Do the D3 options. Definitely send them an email. That'll be super, super helpful. Thank you, and we'll talk soon. Anything else? 60 video. Make sure you help the video editor split it into 2 different videos. It's got to get the self-interview. But it's good. Like, the kid's good. He'll get looked at by Division 3s. He's huge. He's 3. So that'll be awesome. All right.
Recording in progress.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, it's a pleasure to meet everybody. Thanks so much for everybody taking the time. I'm excited to talk to everyone. Before we get started, could I ask who found me first?
Me.
Mom found me first. So let me ask son and dad, what did your mom and wife tell you about me?
That you're the best at what you do.
I bribed her, so she didn't have a choice. That's nice to hear. Let me hear from your son. What did your mom tell you about me?
Pretty much the same thing.
Good job,
You
Mom.
were
Nice.
Really good at what you do.
I'm good at finding, I feel like I'm pretty good at finding the right people to help us with what we need in this journey so far. So
Excellent.
been
Well,
watching your videos for probably over a year.
wow, that's a
So-
lot of talking head videos. That well, thank you for watching them.
But
I'm
good
excited.
stuff, really good stuff that you just give away, which is awesome. So
Thank
awesome.
you. Yeah, and that's no, I want to help as many as I can. However, as we know, that stuff is not always custom. It's just generic, and so that's why I'm excited to talk to you guys. So, in saying that, I kind of want to go over the agenda for today. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing is I want to figure out if we're the right fit to work together. I'm not the right fit for everybody, and so part of my goal today is we the right fit? Because if we are, then we can talk about how to reach your goals. Number 2 is, can I scare you away? Because then we don't have to worry about anything, and then life gets a lot easier, and all those smelly shoes behind you, we can throw them away. And then finally is, by the end of today, I hope I can answer all your questions so we can both decide if we want to work together. So with that in mind, I have a couple questions for your son first. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I have your information here, but I always just like to double check. Could you confirm your grad year with me?
2027.
Okay, excellent. That's what I have. And how do I pronounce your first name?
Peyton.
Okay, that's what I have. Okay, Mr. Payton, having said all of that, as of right now, how many phone calls have you had with Division III schools?
Not any phone calls.
Okay, no phone calls yet. If I've said, has any schools mentioned coming on a visit, particularly for now at the Division III level, has anybody mentioned that?
As in like campus.
Yeah, so this would be like, we want you to come watch our game, or we want to see you meet with our guys and sleep over.
Well, from Concordia.
Oh, did they say that?
Yeah, for a tour and like to meet the team.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Okay, so Concordia mentioned coming on a visit. Cool. And if I said to you, Mr. Payton, what is that you would like the most help with? What would you say that is?
Probably just knowing how the whole process goes and being able to know every side of it.
Okay, knowing the whole process. Obviously, Mom found me first. What do you think he needs the most help with?
Gosh, I think finding the best fit. We talked a lot about, obviously, he wants to play the highest level he can, but also be happy in where he lands, right? He wants to go as far as he can go. And neither of us played college sports or soccer or anything. So my husband or I, so we don't really know the process. And I know it changes all the time and all of that. So I think it's just finding that good fit, getting him to the place where he can play the highest level, and also just not only going for D1 because that's what sounds, but like going somewhere where he's going to actually play whatever that is, So his coach, his main coach, played D1 at like I don't know if it's a mid-tier or lower tier D1, and he's a big advocate of that too. Just like he said, if I had gone to some other schools, he's like, I may have sat on the bench for a year and quit soccer, and he ended up playing pro in Mexico and playing semi-pro here in Austin. So he knows that no one can just seal the deal for you, your career, so
Awesome.
longevity.
I love hearing that, and I'm going to go into it in more detail, but very similar to what your coach is saying. And look, I don't know, did you guys hear about the NCAA rule where they cut the rosters for Division I teams?
Yeah.
So I've never worked with transfers before, and so naturally this year there was many of them who reached out, and all of them, despite the roster cuts, if any of them were leaving, many of them were from Division I schools. They were like, "I'm over Division I. I just want to play and be happy." They were like, "Look, it's not that it's overrated, and to your son's ability, which we'll talk about, you deserve to try and play at the highest level because there are some D1 programs you might love." but the idea that you want to focus on enjoying your process is great for me to hear, because that is a good thing. So with that in mind, and I'm sorry I didn't let your dad speak. Is there anything else in mind that you think he needs help with?
No, I think everything you're offering sounds like an important piece of the puzzle to help with the videos, organizing, talking to coaches, and expediting that. It's all a very large and confusing process. And your experience is really key here. So I weighed it all equally. You wouldn't offer it all if it wasn't important. So
Yeah, well said. Okay, I really appreciate that. Which is then to say, one of the things that is important to me, and I think to you guys, is that academics are a focal point as we look for our school, and meaning it's something that we strongly consider as we pick the right school. So I guess I would ask your parents, would you agree with me that academics are very important as we pick the school for your son?
Absolutely.
yeah.
Okay, excellent. And for Peyton, I want to ask you, why are you so passionate about this? Your parents have talked about you wanting to take it to the highest level you can. I have been fortunate enough to play at relatively high levels, and I can see in your intensity when you defend, and you're going forward, but there's some moments when you're defending, I can see it in I can't see your eyes, I guess, but I can assume what your eyes look like, and they're like a rabid dog. And I can tell you really care that nobody gets past you. So my question to you is, where is this coming from? Why are you so passionate about this?
I think I'm just a really competitive person. And I just love to compete. And I think as far as like club sports go, I just want to keep taking it and keep getting to a higher and higher level.
Awesome. Now, we talked about, and that's great because, if you're going to do this process and you're going to go for it, whether it be to the highest level or college, you have to have that level of passion, because there's a lot of tough things that can happen. Now, we talked about academics coming first. I guess I would ask your parents, given that we think academics are so important, why do you want to help your son play college soccer? We could lock him in a closet and not have to worry about anything else. Why do you want to help him play college soccer?
He loves it. It's part of him. It's not all of him. He has other interests, which I'm grateful for, because I know it's a tough process and I know someday it will end, right? So regardless of when that happens, I think that that's part of his happiness. So I think also just, we have an older son, he's in for his first year of college and he's not playing any college sports, but he's found his people at his school, and it's academic and it's engineering. It's completely different than Peyton, but seeing him be in the right place with the right fit and doing the right things, what he's meant to be doing, it's amazing. And I think for Peyton, it's a different path, but that's going to be it for him, whatever level that is. But I think that will be his people, like that, the athletes that he's with, coaches, that whole community. That's just kind of where he seems to fit in and be his happiest.
Excellent. Oh, that's great to hear. I have some families who say, like, my kid's going to Duke, or you may as well be pushed off a bridge. And those are really, really difficult to talk to, because I've had kids go to those schools, and, some of these coaches, which is what we will really want for your son, are not, without getting too deep into it, they don't care about your son's body, for example. Like, my mother was always worried, like, hearing about Division I sports, like, they just treat you like an animal. And the truth is, if you don't find the right coach, they really don't care. Their job is to win games, and you're just a piece of meat. And when you can't run anymore, next, But if you find the right coach, like I was lucky enough to do, then it did not feel like that. I was like, he cares about me. He wants to, in a way, they're going to become your son's father for those 4 years, if something, God forbid, happened. And so it's important to find the right one. So with that in mind, what I'd like to do is give you guys what I might call like a diagnosis on your current situation as I see it. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Okay. So the first thing is, when I start to give a diagnosis, I review your video and I put it into two categories. The first category is, what will a coach think of your video? And then the second category is, what level do I think you can play? Now, I'm just one opinion. I'm one doctor. If you ever got sick, you would go to multiple doctors. But if your mom thinks I am really the best, then my diagnosis should be pretty good, which is to say, I think that you are a good soccer player, Peyton. And I'll show you why in a minute. I'll show you some clips. But I also have some concerns. Your video is too long. the clips are way too far zoomed out. They're not in the right order. And so when I go in the category of are you the level to play college soccer at a high level D3 academic or even Division 1, or we could talk about Division 2 also, but you have good grades, so I'm flirting towards the Division 1s, then the answer is I think you may be there. But the current video you're sending, I don't think it does you justice, for one, and it's also not enough. I went to go look at more of your stuff on the rest of your YouTube and looked you up on Instagram, and there is nothing else. So those are all problems. Now, the good news with those problems is, like, if I was a doctor, that's like stitching you up. I don't need to perform double heart surgery. That's easy. Making you a good soccer player, that's triple heart surgery that you may not make it out of. I can't turn you into a good soccer player. So with
Video
that,
was my fault. So
okay,
I'll take the blame for the video.
okay,
I did my best, and honestly, the motivation for the video was to get to talk to you because
excellent. I
we
wouldn't talk
couldn't
to you
talk to you
otherwise.
without a video.
Excellent. So that's great. And this is the beauty. So the first thing is I want to change this intro page. Your son's a lovely person. He looks serious here, which is fine, but we need to do what's called a self-interview. So we're going to do one of those. And then you can see here, Mom, you did your best. I can't see him that well, but if I go like this, and this is my job, so I don't mind doing it, but college coaches don't even know how to do this. Then you can see him a lot. Sorry. You can see him a lot better. And there's a clip I'm going to show you. Oops. There's a clip I'm going to show you where this really comes into play. Because he scores a banger with his left foot to the far post. And when that happens, try this again. When that happens, it's epic because I'm like, wow, this is a really good moment of his. And I want them to be able to see what I see. And when we zoom in like this, I can just see a lot better. Here you can see it's causing me trouble right now. This is the clip I want to show you. This was good, but I'm already zoomed in by like 40%. This is it. This is the one where I get to zoom in, and this looks excellent. You remind me of Danilo for Manchester United, or there was another. He played for City for a minute, and now he's in Kyle Walker-esque. But this is a good moment, but not this one. This moment right here. This is it. This goal is incredible. Great drive, super feet. And see, I'm zoomed in here, so it looks pretty good. This is what it normally looks like. And you can see like that doesn't do you justice. So anyways, all those things can be fixed. It's also way too long. So my first diagnosis is we got to fix your video. But the good news is I think you're good. So it brings us to this. First thing is video. Then you guys saw the email system, I think, already, which is that allows us to stay organized. We need to follow up many times. Before your call, I was on a call with another student, and we were receiving emails and whatnot. And we sent out, 100 emails, and we got 20 genuine "we like you" responses. But that's 80 people that didn't respond to us. You only need one school, but we have to follow up with those 80 people, and it just takes a long time, which is why we have this email system so we can do it pretty quickly. Which is then to say camps. We do need to pick some camps for you, and I know you've already started. Like you mentioned, Concordia are already flirting with you. I want to know how they're flirting with you. What did they say? Why did they say it? Etc. And then we talked about your club thing. I'm pretty familiar with Austin because I played in the USL in Texas for quite some time. So I know the area, I know the clubs, but it's something we have to talk about just as time goes on. And then you're going to create a list of schools. And then you talked about this, and this is, you guys already brought it up. I loved my coach. These are all my teammates. They're all going to come to my wedding, and I just had the best time ever. My brother had a miserable time, and he didn't play a minute for 4 years, and goes back to what your coach was telling you. And, his coach was a real prick, for a lack of a better word. So that was frustrating. Now, one of the things that we talk about with students, let me pause actually for a second. Oh, no, let me show you this first. So people say, like, when should you start the process? And obviously you've heard this video is not as public. So I just want you to see this because I think it will show you, how do we know when to start? Because sometimes you don't know. So this student is a former student of mine. He's at UCSB, and then he's talking to another student who would later get drafted by a Division II school, which is like pretty rare, but this is when he started. And that's kind of reminds me of you in a similar way, right? We're not going to be there. And he went on to play college soccer. But for us, it's really important that we get them to know who we are with the right video and all that good stuff. So this is what I want to ask your son. Have I managed to scare you away and make you want to quit?
Quit?
Okay, too bad for mom and dad. Now, that is then to say to your son, is this the type of help you're looking for, with videos and helping you with pick camps and the email system and helping you find the right coach? That's for you, Mr. Payton. Okay. And for your parents, I think you guys have heard of this, but maybe not. Have you guys heard of NCSA yet or not yet?
Yeah.
Okay. So we kind of already went over this, but basically, this is more of a PSA. Even if you don't work with me, I feel it's my mission to some degree to tell people you cannot depend on anybody to get you recruited, even me. My model is built to empower you through video, emails, and everything else, and connections that I have and whatnot to get recruited. And the NCSAs of the world are claim if you're on our platform, they'll find you. If you want to go to Gerber or Gloucester, which I've never heard of, then sure, this might be a platform you could use. But your son's a higher level than this, and he's also a higher academic than this. And so you can't depend on any platform to just get you recruited. So this is why we need to talk all the time, edit your videos, and make sure we get you to the school you'd like to go to. So I want to pause there and ask your parents, is this the type of help you're looking for your son?
Yeah,
100%.
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. Now, one of the things I mentioned is I work, we're a team here trying to figure out if we would like to work together. So I want to ask your son, I don't work with that many students. I work with about 40 kids, and I want to kind of go over with you what it looks like to work with me on a day-to-day so you can just see what that looks like. Is that okay?
Mhm.
Okay. So what that is looks like this. And you guys saw this, I think, already, but you're going to get a coach plus me. The reason there's two of us is I used to do this by myself, but I couldn't really edit all the videos, update the system, find out who needs a player. Like I got this really fun text today. This is like I haven't gotten these texts I get, but this was my favorite. This is from a college coach. And he was saying, do you work with this person? And this player. And he said, I'm only asking because she has an every touch video. She has a self interview and it seems like something you would do. And so naturally, I'm not allowed to directly connect you because of the rules that are in place, and which is unfortunate. It's just how it is. So my workaround is the coaches know who we are now because of the models that we have, but also because we want to make sure in your case, the coaches truly love you, right? If I tell a coach about you and I think you're great and your family's great, they're like, well, why didn't the kid talk to me? This is college. You're a student first, then an athlete. This is not pro. They don't want an agent. And I've had many agents at the pro level and they all suck. And if we ever talk about going pro for you, we will use a different model that worked for me that did not, and agents suck. So we'll get into that later. But it is to say, you'll have two people. You guys have heard about the NCAA rules before, with the roster cuts. So I have to go to these often, like almost feels like going to Washington and hearing what the rules are going to be and how they're going to affect you. So I'm busy. So all your Zoom meetings will be with your coach, but you'll be able to message me all the time and I'll message you all the time too. We want to edit your videos. We want to go through the game video. You are an outside back. And one of the things I did not like about your video, it's not your fault completely. I know, Mom, you did a great job for me, is there's a bunch of videos that are built for social media, right? Those vertical ones. And I can't really tell what your son is like. Like even right now, I'm going, I can see he's really good, but I really would love a full game. Now, do I have time to sit through a full game? Yes, I do. Does a college coach? No. Their job is to, so we need to create what are called every touch videos, which we'll do a bunch of. And those clips you do have, Mom, are super good for Instagram. So we're going to use them. Those are great. So we'll use those for sure. Then you're going to get a Google Drive. Yeah, we want those. Those are great. You're going to get a Google Drive that looks like this. So we keep track of all of our stuff. We're going to have a list of schools that are kind of ranked for you, like realistic, less realistic, and these will change over time. And then we're going to have a top academic list. And then, of course, your major. We want to make sure we study go to the right school. And then you're going to get a sheet that talks about your top list of schools. So in this student's case, we were talking about with them, like John Hopkins is a top list. And because of that, where do we stand with them as of today? Who did we speak to? Which camp did we get invited to, etc. So we can just keep track of where we are with our top schools. And then finally is you're going to get a document. And this is usually why I scare people away, is we are going to meet kind of every week throughout this process. And when that happens, this student just committed today, actually, which is super cool. And we were meeting, every week we got to do this. Then we have to do this. Then we have to do this. And on this day, we record every meeting, and then we had to text with Brown. Then we had to call UCSB. Then these schools came to his games, and we have to tell him what to do, like a dating coach, basically. So you. And then the final thing is you guys saw the email system. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to email this over to you. But before I do, I want to ask your son. I mentioned earlier that I cannot work with that many students just because of the amount of 24/7ness that I like to provide, because I think that's what's needed. Why, Mr. Payne, do you think you're the right fit to work with us?
I think it's just like, I feel like for me, it's so important to have somebody like you to be able to walk with me through the process and be able to pin down every single aspect of it. So I think it's just like, it's just the perfect fit.
Okay, I love hearing that. And you did do a good job to make me feel good, which I appreciate. And your mom did an excellent job. College coaches are going to want that too. So you're going to use that skill. But what I'm really asking, because college coaches are going to ask you the same question. So what I'm really asking you is, how do I know when things get tough, right? You're going to be told you're too early. You're going to be told you're too late. You're going to be told that you're great. You're going to be told that I think you can never play for my team. You know, it's not a pleasant process sometimes. I want to ask you, is there anything in your life you've gone through that was difficult where you didn't give up and you came out the other side? So I know you'll never give up.
For example, like 2 years ago, I was on a club called Cap City, and I was on a not very good team. And that year, I got so much better, and I was almost promised a spot on a really, really good team. And when tryouts came, I did super good in tryouts, and it was everything was looking really good. And then all of a sudden, on the day they sent out all the emails, I was on the same team, and the coaches wouldn't say anything why. So I decided to leave that team and come play with SGA. And now, like, things have been awesome. We're on super good trajectory.
He took a risk.
We did. We took we went from the cozy, safe place to a scary place, and
But he made the choice.
he made the choice,
We
and
didn't
it was
help him out with
it
that.
was a scary choice because at the time, his school, well, it's
Less than a year old.
yeah. So a tiny history, real quick, is
Please.
his school is it's 3 years old. They're in their third year. And we've been with them since the first year. It's a soccer academy. And the founder founded this in order to develop kids. He's really totally focused on developing kids in Austin. And so the second year, they started a club part of the school, and it was, he had to pick which one to do. And so he was being promised this spot, you know, oh, we'll pull you up. We want you to stay on this team because you're so good, but we want you to help these guys, but we'll pull you up and we'll do this. And then it didn't happen. And he made the really brave choice to go to the unknown. And it's paid him back in spades, I think.
That's amazing. And I think reason I asked this question is, yes, we need to coach you for college coaches, which is helpful. The main thing as we do this is, while all of this is difficult and everything else, what we now need to do is say to ourselves, and for me, when I'm thinking about college coaches, is because of your commitment to go through that, the two hardest things typically in this world is getting injured or being cut. And I've talked about it. I think you guys saw this. I carry this with me. This is my JV Most Improved Trophy as a junior in high school, which is a pity award in that instance. And, you know, what was super, I guess, what I'm proud of and whatnot is I didn't stop. Just like your son, I kept going and going and going. And my poor parents didn't have anyone to make me quit. So there it was. So that is then to say, I think your mom already kind of mentioned it, but why do you think your son is the right fit to work with us?
I think that he has a goal, and his goal is to play at the highest level. And I think that finding the right tools to do that, you're obviously a huge part of that. I think that given the right tools, he can definitely do it. He's probably one of our most, with 3 kids, I think, most driven kid, the most competitive kid. And I think he will do whatever he wants to do. And I think, and right now playing soccer at the highest level, I think eventually that might be running his own business or doing something really outside the box. I don't see Peyton punching a clock for a boss, really. I think he's pretty, he is a high level athlete. Like he's that personality for sure.
Amazing. And one of the things we like doing, it's a little early because we're not going to be applying to schools quite yet, but one of the things we like to do, and actually it happens sooner than you think because they'll start doing pre-reads and interviews, is we have some of our students write essays on their college experience and treating it like a business, right? You're the product, you're selling yourself, your parents are the investors, I'm your marketer, this is your team. And it's really not that different than anything else. So with that in mind, what I'd like to show you guys is kind of the options to work with me. Is that okay? Okay. So you guys, I think, saw one already, but we have a couple. And I always like to try and find the best one based off of who we're working with because it just, everyone's in a different situation. So one of the things you guys saw, I think, this video already, this student was the one that went to Duke, as in 6 months from now, he was committed. So to do that, we want you emailing the schools pretty consistently, Division 1 and Division 3, like we talked about in both categories. So with that in mind, one option is we do everything for you. We write the emails, we create an email account for you, and you kind of just sit there and wait for us to tell you what to do. Hey, we got an email, go to this camp. It's not very collaborative. We just do it. This has benefits if you live in like international countries like Dubai and you're like, we don't get the process. Kid wants to go to America. Zev, do the process. It is an option. I will be the first to tell you, I don't think it's the option for you, but this is if you don't want to do anything. The second option is where it's similar, but we respond to the emails together. You know, we want your feedback. We want you to go, hey, this is a school I don't like. This is a coach that I really do like. This is a town I'd like to be in. You know, for how far you want to go from home. And we're collaborative. So the emails we do are together versus, hey, you don't really get a say because we're just doing it. That's really built, as I mentioned, for international kids. This is really for us together to go, hey, how is it that we're going to find the right school? And we do unlimited Zoom meetings, messaging, which you saw. And then the final one is if you say, hey, Zev, we can edit the videos ourselves, we can just give you our AI tool and you can go to town and you can, you know, you'll get tutorial videos and you just do it yourself. Honestly, given I've seen your video and I know, Mom, you did your best job, I don't love this for you if I got to pick between the options. I like this one the best. To specify exactly what this means is we're with you for 1 year. So you're a sophomore. We'll be with you from now, February 28th, until junior year 2020, February 28th. For 95% of our students, that is, hey, you sound like my mother. I don't want to talk to you anymore. We know what to do. And then you have all of our tools for life. You keep the email system and the list and all your videos, and you're sorted. Like your video's unlisted. We have to fix that. We'll do that later. But all of it is to say, for most of our kids, they are going to get offers, interest, recruited at that point, and they know what to do. For a small percentage, about 3 to 5%, they go, Zev, you know, we still would like your help, which is totally fair. In which case, it's never this again. It's like a monthly or just a one-time fee of $20 to go over a video or make a video or talk to you about it, 2 discussions or whatever you may need. But most of the time, this is to teach you. It's kind of like doing a master's degree in college soccer.
Wow. Okay. Sounds great.
I think, personally, I like that option because for Peyton, I've noticed that soccer, the journey through it, the adversity, all the things he's been through, it's really, he's learned a lot, and it's creating a certain type of person, you know, and I think being involved with it every step of the way, you know,
Yeah.
if I thought it was going to give him the most options, I would say the $10,000 package, sure, but I want him involved, and I think he wants to be involved. And I think there's the most to learn and
Learn a
the
lot
most
from that, yeah.
growth to happen in the process. And he gets to know you better and your coach better and be involved in his future more. So that's, I think,
Yeah, and that's true.
the best option.
Yeah, super helpful. With that in mind, and I love hearing that, from your guys' perspective, let's say I said to you, you know, and I agree with you, especially in this model, because we want you to love the coach, which we appreciate you finding that very important, is right now, if I said to you guys, right now, if I said to you, you have to work with me right now, this second, which is not the case. I want you to talk about it. But if you had to work with me right now, from you, Payne, and from your parents, what questions come to mind in terms of working with me?
So, go first. You have anything?
Any questions?
Well, I'm sorry to break it to you, but I think you were already working with
I could
us
kind of
in
tell
order
that.
to-
I think right as I was doing everything, I'm like, I think they're really excited. I should probably be quiet. That's funny. I wanted to go over your video for you because I like it's fun for me, so I enjoyed it. So let me do this. I'm gonna make a video real quick showing you what your first day is like. This also will kind of give you a taste if we, as I imagine us working together. When you work with us on your first day, this is just give you like, hey, this is what we're gonna do, and it's both for you, but it's also for me because since we are gonna work together. When you see this, going to get I'm going to share my screen directions for me, and this is also for your coach you're going to work with, so that way when you sign on to our stuff, which we will hopefully see you there tonight, tomorrow, you can get started because there's a couple things we'll have you do before you meet with your coach, so we're ready, and also for your coach. So hi everybody, hi coach, this is the family we're going to be working with. I'm very excited. Of course I'm always excited when we have students, but there's a couple unique situations to this one. There's a clip in their highlight video that the mom put together just for us, but it's the way he defends that really made me go like, this kid is obsessed. And I just want to show it to the parents because this is exactly what college coaches are going to love, but it doesn't come for a. And so, hold on. I think it's this one. Okay. Oh, what the heck happened? 2 seconds, is you'll see him defend, and you'll see how on top of the guy, here it is, that when he's pressing, he's all over him. We're going to make this for Instagram. I knew one way or another the guy wasn't going to get to play forward. So anyways, my point of excitement is his passion is excellent. And he, when you have that passion, in terms of what level can you play one day, I'm a huge believer because of my own story that there isn't really no limit. But you still have to be strategic. And so the first thing is his video. All the clips that are vertical need to be taken out and put into a 1-minute IG video, which we will do for them. If it is longer than a minute, if it is longer, which I think it might be longer than a minute, make 2 different 1-minute IG videos, which we'll do for you. Second, we have enough clips there that I did like for a solid, what we'll call typical, or I'll call horizontal highlight video, which I do like. So that will be great. Now, the next thing is we need to do a self-interview and fix the intro page, which we will also do. Then the next thing is he's already done some things. He mentioned Concordia have shown interest. So we need to do what's called an audit. Here it is. We need to do what's called an audit. Oh, go ahead.
I did sign up the futures.
Cool.
That was your recommendation.
It was excellent. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So they've already signed up for Future. So I might have got an early bird on that. That's great. So Future is super great because there's going to be a bunch of schools. So leading up to it, we're going to be sending a bunch of videos. So we'll do that in a minute. Then that's great to know, though. I'm glad there are some other camps that now that I'm with them and I've seen his grades, he should probably go to this one and probably this one, maybe this one. I'll write them out for you guys in a minute. And then the thing is, I want to send our version of our email to the D3s initially. But then I want to email the D2s and the D1s. When I say initially, D3s are Wednesday, D1s are Tuesday the following week. So it's tight. But when we do the D3s, I want us to do 25 genuine, which is a lot, but while we fix his video, he'll have time to do it. For the D2s, I think D2s we're going to consider because there's some good coaches there, and his coach played at that level. So we're going to do 10, and then we're going to do another 25 D1 genuine, and then we're going to send, and then it becomes a follow-up, which will help with, and then we're going to get genuine invites. They're going to like him. I will say what his video is lacking is every touch videos. He's a outside back, so we need to see him up and down defending in like a full game scenario, and they have the clips for it. I know they have the video. Mom, if you keep filming, which is fine, please film sideways from now on, because I can edit it easier that way. And then finally is follow up and showcases and then I'll give them a better list of camps once we get the genuine invites. And I'm excited to rock and roll. Okay, talk soon.
Exciting. They're going to Dallas. They got invited to
Oh,
Dallas.
excellent.
So
Okay, I'm putting that in here. He's going to Dallas.
good.
I got to show you
And they're
guys. Let me show you
they're
something real
doing
quick.
it.
Don't move. Don't move.
Okay,
You'll get a kick out of this.
Oh, he's got a medal on that.
Don't move. Wait, watch this.
Will you check the camera? You just check the dogs.
I think you guys heard about the fires in LA. And my mom, we're safe, but my mom had to take everything out. This is my Dallas Cup jersey when I was playing in Dallas Cup. Is that cool?
Hey, that's awesome.
Um,
Oh, that's really awesome. How did you
so-
guys do there?
we got knocked out the first round. We got our asses beat, but it was a great
Oh, but
experience.
still, whatever.
Yeah. It was really
He got
great.
to
It
guest
was really
play
good.
last year. His team didn't make it last year, and he got to guest play with.
That's
few
very
teammates
cool.
But this year
Yeah.
they all get to go.
So it's a great thing. I played again later and we won it, and that was really special. They have like different tiers, which you guys know about. So this is amazing. I'm gonna send everything over. I actually have to run, but I'll talk to you guys very soon, and I'm excited to do it. You're welcome, guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach.
Okay, you saw it already. I just think he should also probably go to master. He's a 3.8. So future 500 would be really good. That's a tough one. I'm trying to think. Dallas Cup. Future 500 would be good. 60 could be good. They're not crazy about it being like the only top academic schools. So 60 could be good. Future 500. There's another camp called ID2 Sports, which have some pretty good ones, but he's a D1. He's a low-level D1, top D3, mid-tier D2, but there's potential. We really need the every touch videos. So genuine, I think, would be the best. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Hey,
Hi, everyone. Sorry about all that. I apologize about the technical difficulties. It is great to see you. I apologize again, and I'm excited to chat with you.
yeah, no worries, no worries. It's just me actually, so
No problem. That was no problem.
out doing some stuff.
No worries.
Just you?
Just me.
Okay. So where do we start?
Mainly, I'm here to answer your questions. You know, we kind of spoke last time about the couple different options and models, and I'm just here to go. You know, do any of them? Are you interested? Is there any questions I can ask in between? Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I thought about it. I kind of mentioned the other day, very encouraged and proud of Owen for taking the first steps to reach out and get something like this going. You know, as I mentioned the other day, you know, I'm relatively new, but I'm catching on pretty quick within this soccer world, and you know, trying to understand, you know, ways to leverage to kind of, you know, give Owen a better chance at being just in development and being recognized. We have a trainer that we met with the other day that we were running to, and I had actually, you know, kind of briefly mentioned to him, you know, about kind of what we had talked about, and he had said that I'm not sure who he's used before, but he's used a couple, pretty much doing the same services you are. You know, I'd let him know that you guys really kind of tailor the film a little bit. And so he had said that that's actually, you know, that's super beneficial. So, you know, me telling him that you guys were doing that, I guess he wasn't getting that with whoever he was using prior to that. So, you know, I think that I'm ready to support Owen. I think that, you know, I look to you guys for, you know, to learn from you guys. You guys bring your expertise, what we can do as a team to get, you know, my son exposed. A little bit about him that I didn't want to kind of talk about, and I mentioned on the call the other day was, you know, listen, he has taken the last 3 years very seriously when he really just started getting involved. He's gotten on the teams and didn't have a starting spot, and then he has overcome and taken these starting spots. He's become the captain on his school team. He's the captain on his NPL team right now. People do tend to flock to him, so he does have that personality, and he has that work ethic. And I think right now, as you know, I'm trying to get him to understand that he's in a unique position to be, you know, as a captain, a leader. And you know, there's a lot of things that fall under that umbrella as a leader. And so, you know, I have to remind myself he's a 13-year-old boy, and you know, as much as I'd like, you know, him to stay a 13-year-old boy, I'm also understanding he's growing up quick. But there's also a balance in between him being, you know, a teenage, you know, responsible young adult, and still a 13-year-old mind that wants to hang out with his friends on occasion. But like I said, you know, he has the work ethic. He has made the commitment to us because, you know, we've made it pretty clear that, you know, we're ready. This soccer world already, we're investing a lot of money between travel and team, and it's pretty crazy how involved it is and how committed you really are. And so, you know, so he's made it clear to me that he understands the expectations that his mother and I have. And so, you know, we're willing to support him on that. And then it goes back to what we were talking about the other day, which is, you know, listen, the personalization piece, I don't want to be just another piece in the cog and just kind of in this major system. I respect and appreciate the fact that you guys only can handle so many to give that level of detail and stuff. I like the transparency. My wife and I both liked you and the other guy. I forget his name, so forgive me.
That's it. Nalu, he's going to come and say hi.
Yeah,
Okay.
we both like you guys, and you know, we I think we want to move forward and we give it a shot. And you know, listen, again, Owen has to live up to what my expectations are. I think based on the model here, you know, we can go 3 months and see kind of where that's going. I'd like to commit to a year. I'd like to commit to 5, 10, like 5 years, I guess. I don't even know how long it would be.
But we also, then you get into referrals and stuff, right? And we're in the clubs and kind of with other players. And, I'm sure you guys are always looking for, I'm guessing some additional business and individuals and stuff. Or I guess, fill me a little bit about that. How do you guys do your recruiting?
Yeah, good question. So everything is done through social media, kind of how your son found me. Of course, I am a lover of soccer, so I, of course, go around, go around and find people. There's a video actually that is at the minute at 800,000 views of me going up to a stranger and saying, "Hey, I think you're pretty good." But I will be the first to tell you that if I'm in an area looking, I will inquire, but I don't want to work with anybody unless they want help. So if they don't want help, I don't want to help them, which is why I do the model I have, which is I post, try and help as many people I can in a free manner. And then when people go, look, hey, if I say go to this camp, I'm talking to hundreds of thousands of people, but I don't know who you are. So then naturally, hopefully you guys reach out and say, hey, we'd like help. And then hopefully I can create a model that we can truly help you. So to that end, we don't really do any recruiting unless they come to us. Everybody, I'm an education system first. And I'm very fortunate because I've been doing this for some time. For us at the very beginning, I was like, I hope I get a player that, gets recruited by UCLA or whatever. I've done that. And to be honest, that doesn't make me feel any greater than if a kid is super happy at X school. My brother, I think I mentioned this, had a miserable college experience and was at a top academic University of Chicago-esque school. And of course, on paper and every Thanksgiving, it sounded good, but he was miserable. He was a miserable person. So I'm like, screw that. That's not worth it. I want you to be happy. So with your son's case, one of the things that I really was appealed by him was that he found us. One of the questions in the questionnaire he would have filled out was, why are you the right fit? Before they can even talk to me, ideally the kids fill everything out first. Then they drag you here and go, hey, and then I say to you guys both on the call, I say to the athlete, I go, why'd you bring your parents? Why do you trust me? And typically in your son's case, he had been watching me for some time and I go live and he'll see that stuff and he'll be like, yeah, I'm helpful. And then if the kid likes me, then of course I want to talk to mom and dad and go, you did find me online, make sure I'm not crazy. And then go, hey, can I actually help you? So in your son's case, as you've already described it, given his age, we're looking for kids who go up. So if you said to me, what do I get out of this? Obviously, there's a business component, but the main thing is I have a pretty good track record. And so the reason I'm willing to do what would be at this point, maybe an hour with you without charging anything is because I don't want to pick a kid that I don't think I can be successful with.
Well, and it's funny because, I was thinking after the fact too, because I was, I've just been thinking about it for the last, 48 hours. And I was thinking at this level, there's some pretty crazy parents out there too. And, when you get into parents and what their expectations are of you, and, sometimes and a lot of the time, I would guess they're very unreasonable. And I think that, for my wife and I, we're pretty reasonable people. Like we understand, we're not expecting our son to get recruited from UCLA because we're going through you guys. Like we understand the value and what you guys bring to help develop him as a young man and to understand responsibility and everything that goes along with it, in addition to getting better and playing the sport. So, that's where we see the value in and you guys bringing that to the table and, not sitting here saying, listen, this is all a failure unless my son gets recruited by UCLA and I'm not seeing anything but that, right? So I think that's where, I think that you also have to pick and choose, is it a right fit between the parents and the kid versus just, general business and because, we can all make money and if we don't really enjoy what we're doing, it's really not that fun. And, I think if you get some parents that are complete assholes, that's not fun either and it's not worth the money. So,
yeah, you're telling us.
I completely understand where you guys, you want to pick and choose and meet and I think that's kind of where I walked away. I was like, okay, listen, I don't know what we're going to get out of this. I do want to lean on both of you guys to help myself and my wife, but more me because I'm more involved in Owen's soccer world right now. I would lean on you guys to help guide me, give me some information, as I think that's kind of what the roadmap is. And just full transparency. And I think that, together, I think we can get some results. And again, my expectations are, I don't think it's anything unrealistic. I just want to see my son start to get better. That has nothing, that's, him and what he puts into the work and the training and stuff. But you guys mentioned the other day, he's the product. You guys are the marketing. You're the ones who are kind of really helping him get exposure. And that's kind of where you guys come into play. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you. Super helpful. And you mentioned a lot of points there. Nalu and I have been doing this now for 7 years together, and he was my first. And his family's lovely. So, and he's from Malibu. I'm from Malibu. So that's how we met. He's 6'3", I'm 5'6", but it was always a funny dynamic that way because I was older than him, but he was so much bigger than I was. And one of the things with his family was very similar. It was like they just wanted him to be happy. And of course, now Nalu does this with me. And Nalu can touch on it if you'd like to, Nalu, how you're the one with my coaches who I work with. The reason Nalu's here is if he doesn't like you, I get to say to Nalu, you don't have to, don't work with them. So Nalu, you can just touch on like why you think finding the right people are important for us.
Yeah, it really kind of makes the whole process move a little bit smoother. Like Zev was mentioning, I was fortunate to work for him or work, him helping me through the process, but also like the last, I think it's now 3 years of working under him, definitely dealt with a lot of parents that were a little bit more difficult. And that was the biggest thing I took on the call was like, it's a very collaborative process. And Zev always makes the joke, it's like, it's us against the college soccer gods. And I think it's really important to have someone on your team. I can speak for my journey as well as other people. It is kind of like that going through the club landscape. Like, again, I didn't come from a soccer background. So like, I remember having to fight my way through and going from like the pre-academy to then to the MLS Next team and then to college. And it's nice having people in your corner as like your support group, because like what you guys will find is like, it is a lot of like fighting and like, hey, I got to get onto this team and I need to perform well at this camp. And it's nice to have someone to go through that process with you. So that I always liked it because means I would do a lot of work behind the scenes. But whenever I'd go to a showcase, I was like, I'm not worrying about did I email someone or did I talk to the coach? It's just like, I'm worried about my footy and like, I'm worried about my soccer. And that's what I think is like, what's really important, because all this recruiting stuff, it's really good, but like, it's not, I don't think someone who's that age should take too much. It's just, it's too much clutter. And it's like, at the end of the day, he has to perform, but it's also, we need to plan things out. We need to talk to coaches.
Well, that's what I was saying about to Zev before you got here is really, it's a good opportunity to help him become a young, responsible man who is thinking about college and basically things that you would typically have to cram in maybe your sophomore, year, which is you're starting proactively. And I'm all about being proactive and stuff. And then the piece that I mentioned about Owen without him being here to Zev before you got here was, he, about 3 years ago, just started really focusing on soccer. He was on the gold team. He basically got promoted. I told you the other day, decided I'm going to go try out. He got an offer, did all that. He's the captain there. He's the captain of his school team and stuff. He has that personality where the kids tend to follow. And so I'm trying to get him to be that captain leader of the team right now. And so again, just outside, me being his dad, everything, he knows everything. And it's a lot different of a relationship versus, people that played the sport and basically are, not too far from his age like I am, and so and that's kind of how it is with his trainer. He's 24 years old. He used to play soccer, but he responds to him much better than, if I were to say the same thing, it doesn't matter. He responds to, the trainer much better because he's not his dad. So, this is where I look forward to you guys to really, help me understand and learn, help him, guide him. And to your point, let him be a 13-year-old boy who's only going to get better at soccer and not get caught up in all this other crap that he has plenty of time in life to deal with. Like I said, college, I thought I had a few years before that, but it's creeping up. So
well said.
I'd rather get started now. And I think, my wife and I liked you both. We really thought that you guys were genuine, and we thought that you guys were engaged, and we, really felt good about the conversation. I will be honest, going into it, I was like, I don't know what you're setting me up for here, Owen. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to listen in and stuff. Because again, and we were talking about it, it's an expensive investment, all of this. And so, I'd like to see some returns, but I do know that I feel pretty confident that basically I will get a return, and that is just the development of my son just becoming a young man. And, whether he moves on, continues to play soccer in college, because of his work ethic. But, listen, stuff happens. So
Well said. Yeah, really well said. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send over an email with the last step. You'll see the agreement per se. Basically, it just says show up to meetings and we're a team. If for some reason he gets sick or something, you just let us know. Nalu's going to be his coach, which you guys already met him. And once you get on the app, Nalu's going to DM you. You can DM me too as much as you like. And he's going to set up the first meeting. In the first meeting, to your point about what we need you to learn, we are going to talk to you about how to film if you choose to, like with your phone. So that way we just have it separately. Nalu will talk to you about that. And then also we're going to talk to you about, we're going to be doing it all through your son. But once we get our first round of feedback, we may say, Nalu will be, hey, can you have your parents on the next call so we can talk about not only how you should respond, but hey, this is a really good response. I know you didn't like, we're going to send quite a few emails. We're not going to get everyone to respond the first time. We want you guys to be able to tell Owen, hey, this is a great start. Here's the camps we need to consider now, and we need to do that as a team effort. So excellent. Thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure, and we look forward to getting started.
yeah, absolutely. All right. I look forward to your email.
Sounds good. Talk soon.
Thanks, guys.
See you. Mr. Nalu, you can put that on your payment deal. You can put 50 for that. Once it's official. I think I made a Zoom video for them, but I don't remember. But it doesn't really matter because you know who they are. I have to go to another call right now in about 2 minutes. But great job. That was you. That was all you.
Sweet. All right.
Sweet.
Okay, I will then talk to you later.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Zev. Owen. Oh, it's right there. Wow. Owen, you're right there. That's like, guys, he's on Instagram. What a legend. Dude, Owen, oh no. Owen, that is too cool. I'm taking a screenshot. Owen, that's freaking so cool, bro. Thanks for listening to that. We did want to talk to you, but I know you're a busy guy. So that worked out even better than I could have imagined. You're gonna have to tell your dad that you were on the call. That's hilarious. You're a legend, absolute legend. So, Mr. Owen, we're excited to work with you. I'm writing it down right now. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. I have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Hey, I really love your videos. Have you talked about MSX2? I'm going to make a video about this because everybody's asking. The answer is it does not make a difference yet until we know about the showcase schedule. And right now there's no showcase schedule, so it doesn't really mean much of anything, but I will make a note of that. Anywhere we can see the pricing model. Thank you for asking, JR Nedickles. The answer is it's custom for every student. So if you book a call, you'll be sent a video. In that video, based off of what you fill out, you'll be sent a approximate of what it could be, but you have to book a call. I know that's an extra step, but the truth is I just don't know unless unless I learn more about you. I don't know what your goals are and what your budget is. We try and customize it for every kid. So I just don't know. But I'm happy to tell you, if you book a call, you'll see it. You'll get a whole video on it, actually. What are the main next steps in my career currently in 7th grade? 7th grade, please, Lulu, create a video. That would be huge for you to create a video. And I have a call here in just a minute. Okay, perfect, JR. Nichols, great to see that. Okay. What are the chances of Eastern RL playing high academic D3? Definitely possible. Ian, that's definitely possible. Is MLSX2 or ECRL? Right now, ECRL is still better, but that could very well change. We just don't know about the showcase schedule because MLSX2 is so new. Okay, this is my last call, and here we go. Then I
Recording in progress.
Hello, hello. They are not here. A no-show. I hate no-shows. I do not like no-shows. Let's see if they show up. Nicholas Navarro. Lincoln, California. He doesn't have any. That's not good. Looks like it's a no-show. Not good. Not good. Um, wow, a no-show. Unbelievable. He is being banned from all social media. That is unfortunate for him. Do not no-show. Not show up to our meeting. I am afraid I have to ban him from our accounts. If you want to excuse me, if you want to reschedule, let me know. Okay. Okay, everyone. It is an official no-show. So, with an official no-show, I'm just going to fully ban him. I have to ban him from one more thing. And then I can answer your guys' questions until I'll probably give about 10 more minutes. Then I'm going to go. Okay. Here we go. Let me see here. Come on. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What the fuck? Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay. Okay, everybody. YouTube, I'm leaving you. It's been a pleasure. Goodbye.